Chapter 13:25. On the second level of the Five Spirits Secret Pagoda, Chu Mu had undergone nirvana. His flesh and blood were broken, and nirvana chi flowed through it, refining the broken flesh and blood and causing it to recombine. However, after 3 nirvanas, and all of them were perfect, Chu Mu's flesh and blood had been refined to the most perfect state. Even if nirvana chi flowed through it and wanted to refine it again, there would be no effect. This time, the focus of nirvana chi was on the dantian. The dantian was a space in the body. It was a hidden space that did not exist physically, but it still existed. Chu Mu's dantian was very strong. Because it had undergone a mutation, it was many times more stable and bigger than an ordinary cultivator's dantian. A strong dantian had its advantages and disadvantages. During nirvana, it would be more difficult, and more nirvana chi would be consumed. Fortunately, Chu Mu was well prepared. He knew that his dantian was different from an ordinary cultivator's and needed more nirvana chi. His dantian was broken, and it was extremely painful. Chu Mu could feel it clearly, but he endured it. Under the impact of nirvana chi, the broken dantian kept giving out a numb and itchy feeling. Chu Mu wanted to reach out and grab it, but his body was broken and he had no hands or legs. Only his soul was left, and he could still feel it. In the Five Spirits' secret realm, the chi of heaven and earth kept gathering from afar and finally gathered above the Five Spirits' secret pagoda. The chi of heaven and earth outside was also attracted and rushed into the Five Spirits' secret realm. Clouds of chi of heaven and earth appeared one by one. There were a total of 4 clouds, and each cloud had a radius of 9 miles. Immediately after, the power of the stars in the sky was attracted and streaks of starlight gathered like a tide. It was a huge vision. This place was remote, and usually no one would come here. However, Chu Mu's breakthrough was not small, and it attracted the attention of some experts. These experts raised their heads and looked over. Their deep and sharp eyes seemed to be able to pierce through time and space. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? These experts were all guessing. When a rare treasure appeared, it was usually accompanied by a phenomenon. As for the phenomenon of a breakthrough in cultivation, it was very rare. Since they thought about the appearance of a rare treasure, it was impossible for these experts not to be moved. Immediately, one by one, they leaped into the air and flew towards the place where the starlight gathered. That place was very remote, so they couldn't get there in a short time. However, there were still 3 to 4 days before and after each nirvana, which was more than enough time for these experts to arrive. When these experts arrived one after another, they discovered that the starlight tide and the chi of heaven and earth had converged at a certain point before disappearing. They carefully searched the places where the starlight tide and the heaven and earth yuan chi had disappeared, but they found nothing. They didn't know where the starlight tide and the heaven and earth yuan chi had gone, and they didn't sense any aura fluctuations from any treasures. As they continued to search, some experts felt that it was very likely to be a different space or a secret realm. He couldn't help but feel even more excited. The value of an alien space or a secret realm was even greater. Furthermore, the starlight and the heaven and earth yuan chi gathered together. Obviously, there was a unique treasure in that alien space or secret realm. However, no matter how hard they searched, they still couldn't find the existence of the Five Spirits' secret pagoda. Firstly, the Five Spirits' secret realm already had an owner, and that was Chu Mu. Secondly, only Nirvana realm experts could enter the Five Spirits' secret realm, and these experts were all in the Eternal Realm. After searching for a day or 2 without finding any clues, some experts simply gave up and left. Alien spaces and secret realms were also dependent on fate. Without fate, it was useless to force it. However, although some experts understood this point, they were still unwilling to give up and continued to search, using all kinds of methods. Finally, the starlight tide and the heaven and earth yuan chi had all disappeared without a trace. Another 5 days passed, but they didn't find anything. Only then did these experts leave unwillingly. After about half a day, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Chu Mu. From before to after the breakthrough, Chu Mu used a total of 4 days. After the breakthrough, his dantian completed its first nirvana, which was also a perfect nirvana. His chi cultivation and body cultivation had both broken through to the early fourth sky of nirvana realm. Chu Mu used a few days to consolidate his cultivation. Fortunately, he used a few days to consolidate his cultivation. Otherwise, if he came out right after the breakthrough, he would have been discovered by the Eternal Realm experts who hadn't left yet. He would have been caught and his life would have been in danger. He took out the flying ship, entered it, and started it, heading towards Sky Bearing Academy. As he flew, he studied his dantian after the nirvana. Sky Bearing Academy was very lively. This was because the Kanglin dynasty's triennial exchange had already begun, and it had also ended. Kanglin Academy, Ingtian Academy, Sky Bearing Academy, and Skyrays Academy were the 4 major academies. In addition, there were a dozen smaller academies participating. Those smaller academies were participating in the exchange of academies, but in reality they were just bringing their students to broaden their horizons. After all, the students who were selected to participate in the exchange of academies were the most elite of their respective academies. Their talents were relatively good in all aspects, and they were worth nurturing. Their future paths were also relatively broad. This was also the tragedy of the small academies. Basically, the true geniuses were all recruited by the 4 major academies. This was very normal. People always wanted to climb higher. The cultivation environment, teachers, and cultivation resources of the 4 major academies were many times better than those of the small academies. It was indeed possible for some small academies to have dark horses appear, but it was very rare. Sometimes it would take many years for one to appear. Obviously, this time there were no powerful dark horses among the dozen or so small academies. However, to be able to spar with the geniuses of the 4 major academies was a great experience for them. In the Academia Exchange, the exchange of spells and sword techniques was divided into the Xian Palace, the Earth Palace, and the Celestial Palace. The top 10 in the Xian Palace would receive decent rewards, and the top 3 would receive generous rewards. The first place would be the most generous. Similarly, the top 10 and top 3 in the Earth Palace, as well as the top 10 and top 3 in the Celestial Palace, would all receive rewards. These rewards were enough to make the students go wild with joy. It would be of great help to their cultivation. It was worth mentioning that Chun Li had actually obtained first place in the Earth Palace Sword Technique Exchange. This made the people of Sky Bearing Academy very happy because this was the only first place in Sky Bearing Academy. In terms of spells, Sky Bearing Academy was suppressed by Kanglin Academy and Ingtian Academy. They didn't even have a single top 3. There were a few in the top 10, but they couldn't be compared to Kanglin Academy and Ingtian Academy. However, in terms of sword techniques, they had some merit. Among them, the Mysterious Palace Sword Technique Department had 3 in the top 10, while the Earth Palace Sword Technique Department had 14. Chun Li had also obtained first place, while the Sky Palace Sword Technique Department had 13. The exchange of academies ended here. Next, it was time to give out the rewards. These rewards were given by the Kanglin Empire. One had to know that this was the territory of the Kanglin Empire. They were all citizens of the Kanglin Empire. If they grew stronger, it would be a good thing for the Kanglin Empire. These rewards were generous to them, but to the Empire it was just a drop in the ocean. And they would also know that these rewards were given by the Empire. Leaving an impression was ultimately a good thing. After the rewards were given out, most people were very happy. Usually, the exchange of academies that would last for a few days should have ended by now. Hold on, I have a suggestion. Suddenly, the Skyrays Academy's Sword Arts Vice Head said in a clear voice, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his voice, he felt proud and continued. In the past, every time the Academy Exchange was held, it would end like this. I feel that this isn't exciting enough. Then why don't you say what you have in mind? The Skyrays Academy Sword Technique Vice Sect Master asked. Actually, I've been thinking about this suggestion for a long time before the exchange started. I hope that everyone will support me. The Skyrays Academy Sword Technique Vice Sect Master smiled and said, I feel that since it's an exchange of academies, it should be a matter of the entire academy. However, due to some restrictions, it's impossible for all academies to participate. We can only select a small portion of the elites. As he spoke, he paused to give everyone some time to react before continuing. Since this is the academy's exchange, I feel that other than the students, there should also be exchanges between the instructors. After all, the students are part of the academy, and the instructors are also a part of the academy. The Sword Arts Vice Head Seat of the Skyrays Academy finally voiced a suggestion. I feel that this suggestion makes sense. The Skyrays Academy Sword Technique Vice Sect Master also acted as if he had thought about it and agreed. In fact, he had already known about this suggestion. It does sound reasonable. Yes, it does make sense. Since it's an exchange of academies, it shouldn't be limited to the students. Instructors can also have exchanges. Exchanges between instructors can also help to improve the instructor's abilities. Obviously, this was a good suggestion that was approved by the Vice Sect Masters of the 4 great academies and the other small academies. The 2 Vice Sect Masters of the Skyrays Academy both revealed smiles. Since that's the case, why don't we discuss it now and set a time to gather the instructors for the second phase of the exchange? One of the Vice Sect Masters said. I don't think that's necessary. This time, the instructors who came with the students are considered the more outstanding part of their respective academies. Why don't we have these instructors exchange first? If it's feasible, we can arrange the exchanges between instructors to be held in the future exchange of academies. The Skyrays Academy Sword Technique Vice Sect Master said. Since that's the case, why don't we try it out while everyone is here and see if it's feasible? If it's feasible, we can add the exchanges between instructors to the exchange of academies and make it a part of the exchange of academies. In the end, with the Vice Sect Masters Agreement, they decided to do this. Chapter 1326. While Chumu was on his way back, there are some changes to the Sky-Bearing Academy's exchange due to the suggestion of the Sky-Raising Academy's Sword Arts Vice Chairperson. As the host, Sky-Bearing Academy's Spell Arts Vice Chairperson, Lin Yuan, personally announced the news. The students were not aware of this change and were unable to react to it. After 3 breaths, they started to discuss among themselves. Even the instructors are going to have an exchange. That's great. I still felt that the exchange would not be exciting enough if it ended just like this. The exchange between the instructors will definitely be more exciting. Let's start, I can't wait. The students were all excited. Even the students who were ranked had looks of anticipation on their faces. Although some of the spells and sword arts that they studied were comparable to the instructors, or even slightly better, the instructors were still instructors. They were older and had cultivated for a longer period of time. Naturally, they would have more experience. When the various vice chairmen saw the reactions of the students, they smiled and felt that this idea was feasible. Since that was the case, they would proceed with the exchange between the instructors. The exchange between the instructors was also divided into 2 parts: spells and sword arts. This was the territory of the Sky-Bearing Academy. Most of the instructors of the Sky-Bearing Academy were present. There were not many instructors from the other academies, only a portion of them. Hence, it was impossible for all of the Sky-Bearing Academy's instructors to take action. Because it was only a preliminary project, it was decided that each school would send 6 instructors to conduct the exchange. 3 of them would be instructors of spells, and 3 of them would be instructors of swordsmanship. This was only a preliminary experiment, and it was not as strict as the exchange between students, which was divided into Xian Palace, Earth Palace, and Celestial Palace. Although it was just a preliminary exchange between instructors, Each academy placed great importance on it. They wanted to show off their academy's prowess. The 6 instructors sent by the Sky-Bearing Academy were all top instructors in spells and sword arts. They were all instructors from the Sky Palace. The instructors from the other academies were mostly from the Sky Palace. It was just nice. Speaking of which, the 4 major academies were the main focus. The other 10 or so smaller academies would eventually be relegated to the background. The exchange between the instructors began. Because there were not many participants, they were not separated. The first part was the exchange between the spell arts instructors. The Sky-Bearing Academy was founded on sword arts. Therefore, even though they had developed their techniques over a period of time, there was still an obvious gap between them and the Ingtian Academy of the Kanglin Academy. However, they were not inferior to the Skyrays Academy. The Sky-Bearing Academy did not hold much hope for the exchange of spells as they knew their limits. However, they were looking forward to the exchange of sword skills. After all, the founder of the Sky-Bearing Academy, the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint, was proficient in sword skills and founded the academy with sword skills. For the spell exchange, each academy would send 3 spell instructors, so there would be exactly 20 spell instructors from all the academies. That was a total of 60 spell instructors. The exchange of spells wasn't about who was more powerful, who knew more spells, whose grade was higher, or whose spells were more powerful. Instead, it was about one's control and application of spells. Every instructor who participated in the exchange was in the Nirvana realm. During the exchange, they would completely restrict their cultivation and only use their seals and the power of rules they had grasped to execute the spell arts. Some of the more powerful spells had a clear requirement for one's cultivation. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to execute the spell. On the other hand, the weaker spells could be executed easily, but their destructive power was not strong enough. In order to defeat the opponent, one had to have a strong grasp of the spell arts. Simple, basic hand seals, incomparably nimble fingers sketched in the void, as if they were perfectly carved works of art. The spell techniques were beautiful and full of power, and they were colorful and varied in form. The spell arts instructors engaged in an exciting one-on-one battle of spells. All the students were focused on watching. Almost all the students cultivated both spells and sword arts. Therefore, it was helpful for them to watch the battle of spells and sword arts. The one-on-one battle of the Academy's spell arts instructors was very exciting. Especially at the end, the battle between the top spell arts instructors of the 4 academies was even more exciting. The top spell arts instructors of the academies appeared, followed by the head instructor. The spell arts battle between the head instructors was several times more exciting than the spell arts battle between the top spell arts instructors. It was even more exciting than the spell arts battle between the top spell arts instructors. Spells were executed easily by the head instructors of each academy. Spells that did not seem to be very powerful were executed easily by the spell arts instructors of each academy. Their movements were graceful and coherent. It was as if they were turning something rotten into something magical. Different combinations of spells with little power could explode with shocking power. It was an eye-opener for everyone. The vice-chairmen of the academies nodded their heads. The spell arts instructors of the academies were not much different from them in terms of spell arts control. After a while, the spell arts battle between the academy's instructors ended. In the end, the spell arts instructors of the Kanglin Academy came out on top. The Ingtian Academy was second, the Sky-Bearing Academy was third, and the Skyrays Academy was fourth. This was a very normal ranking. No one was surprised. However, this was just a suggestion. It was an exchange between the instructors. They were only trying to see if it was feasible. Therefore, there was no reward. Only after trying it out and finding it feasible would they report it to the Kanglin Empire. After the spell arts battle between the instructors ended, it was the sword arts battle between the instructors. In theory, the Sky-Bearing Academy and the Skyrays Academy were founded on the sword. In terms of sword arts, they had their own unique points. However, In reality, the Kanglin Academy, which was the most ancient and had the deepest foundation, was the strongest among all the academies in terms of spell arts and sword arts. As for the Ingtian Academy, they were most proficient in spell arts. In terms of sword arts, they were much weaker. The sword arts instructors of the various academies all suppressed their own cultivation and only used the sword arts they had mastered to fight. Putting aside the factor of cultivation, only a duel of swordsmanship would be able to reflect everyone's level of swordsmanship. Otherwise, the instructors would have different cultivation levels and different cultivation methods. If they used their cultivation levels, the duel of swordsmanship would not be as realistic. The 3 sword arts instructors from the Sky Bearing Academy were all sword arts instructors from the Sky Palace. The strongest one was the number 1 sword arts instructor, Feng Shanhai. As for the other 3 academies, other than the number 1 sword arts instructor, there was also a head instructor. Simply put, among the 4 great academies, only Sky Bearing Academy did not have a swordsmanship in chief. As for the other small academies, needless to say, they were only there to participate. The outcome had nothing to do with them. The battle began. After one battle after another, Feng Shanhai's opponent was a sword arts instructor from the Skyrays Academy. Liling, use your sword. Let me see what the Skyrays Academy's head instructor is capable of. Feng Shanhai pointed his sword at the Skyrays Academy's sword arts instructor, Liling, and said in a threatening tone. Feng Shanhai had applied many times to become the head instructor of swordsmanship in the Sky Bearing Academy. However, Mu Shihua felt that Feng Shanhai's attainment in swordsmanship was still lacking and had not been approved. Previously, Mu Shihua had nominated a newcomer to be the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy, which made Feng Shanhai feel a great sense of danger. He had originally planned to make a move on Chumu. However, he had been busy with the Sky Bearing Academy exchange and had temporarily put aside. Now, the sudden exchange between instructors gave him an opportunity. He felt that as long as he could defeat the head instructor of the Skyrays Academy and prove his attainment in sword arts, he would be able to become the head instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy. The difference in status between the number 1 sword arts instructor of the Sky Palace and the head instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy was very obvious. Your information is outdated. I am no longer the head instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy. Liling smiled coldly and said, However, even so, you are still not my match. You will only know after you try. Feng Shanhai snorted coldly and drew his sword. Sword Light broke through the air like lightning and arrived in an instant. Lu Ling also drew his sword without hesitation and counterattacked. Both of their attainments in sword arts were actually about the same. In the end, Li Ling was slightly stronger and defeated Feng Shanhai. That sword was very exquisite. The sword arts vice chairs were all stunned. However, the sword arts vice chair of the Sky Bearing Academy smiled and glanced at one of the sword arts instructors who had participated in the exchange. This person had an arrogant expression and a disdainful look in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. When it was this person's turn to attack, he defeated his opponent with a casual sword strike. It did not matter if the opponent was a sword arts instructor of the Sky Palace, the number 1 sword arts instructor of the Sky Palace, or the head instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy. What a strong attainment in sword arts! Too terrifying. Who is he? He is our Sky Bearing Academy's new head instructor of sword arts. Even the sword arts vice chair thinks that his sword arts cannot be compared to his. The student of the Sky Bearing Academy said proudly. He did not conceal his words and did not intentionally suppress them. Everyone heard it and were shocked. Their gazes all landed on that person's face. Your sword arts are too weak. That person suddenly spoke and pointed his sword at the vice chairs of the various academies. In the end, he locked his gaze on Mu Shihua, the sword arts vice chair of the Sky Bearing Academy. I heard that the founder of the Sky Bearing Academy, the Sky Bearing Sword Saint, had some unique points in sword arts. I wonder how much of it has been passed down in the Sky-Bearing Academy? Can you give me some pointers? Although he did not mention a name, the sword tip was pointed at Mu Shihua. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mu Shihua could not back down. Your sword arts are superb. I admit that I am not as good as you. It is a pity that our Sky-Bearing Academy has a superb sword arts instructor who went into seclusion to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation and missed this exchange. Mu Shihua's thoughts changed, and he admitted that he was not as good as the other party. He then changed the topic to divert everyone's attention. Is that so? The Sky-Bearing Academy's new head instructor smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. To practice the sword, one must comprehend the essence of the sword arts and grasp sword force. I think that none of you have grasped sword force. Without sword force, what is the point of practicing the sword? His arrogant words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Chapter 13:27. The Skyrays Academy's chief sword instructor's extremely arrogant attitude and disdainful tone caused the expressions of all the sword instructors and vice sect lords to change drastically. He was obviously mocking them, saying that they weren't worthy of practicing the sword and that they weren't qualified to practice the sword. While they were furious, they were also attracted by this person's words. They were attracted by one of the words. Sword force. You're saying sword force? One of the vice sect lords said in astonishment. Could it be that you've already grasped sword force? Another vice sect lord's voice trembled. Is it very difficult to grasp sword force? The arrogant chief sword instructor of Skyray's Academy smiled and said. Immediately after, his wrist trembled slightly, and the sword he was pointing at instantly trembled. A wisp of silver light flowed on the sword, and as the light flickered, it moved toward the tip of the sword like water ripples. A terrifying and indescribable sharpness spread out, as if a heavenly sword had descended. It caused everyone present to tremble, and their expressions changed drastically. It was as if their bodies were being sliced apart by a terrifying sharpness, and even their souls were being sliced apart. Sword, sword, sword force. It's really sword force. Unbelievable. All of the vice-chairmen of the academia were trembling. It's rumored that there are some monstrous swordplay geniuses with unparalleled talent who are able to comprehend the essence of swordplay and grasp sword force before becoming a sword saint. However, from ancient times until now, such monstrous swordplay geniuses are too few. I've lived for 200 years, but I've never seen one before. I didn't expect this. In the knowledge of many sword instructors and vice sect lords, only experts who were proficient in sword Tao and had reached the saint realm would be able to grasp sword force. To put it simply, to a certain extent, sword force was the symbol of a sword saint. But now they had seen something. A cultivator who was merely at the sixth sky of Nirvana realm had actually grasped sword force. To them, this was simply unbelievable. It was as if they had heard of a legend. Mu Shihua's expression changed drastically as well. He knew that Chu Mu's sword art was superb, but he wasn't sure if Chu Mu had also comprehended the essence of swordplay and grasp sword force. Moreover, he heard that sword force was also divided into different levels. Though the vice head of Skyray's Academy was astonished, there was a smile in the depths of his eyes. It was because he was the one who had suggested the exchange of instructors. His goal was very clear, and that was to let Skyray's Academy be in the limelight. Evidently, he had succeeded. The news of a sword arts teacher-in-chief who grasped sword force would spread out very quickly. At that time, the Skyrays Academy's reputation would soar and might even overshadow the Azure Billow Academy. They would be in the limelight for a period of time and be the focus of attention. At that time, there would naturally be geniuses and super geniuses who would come to join the Skyrays Academy, especially those geniuses who were proficient in sword arts. At that time, the Skyrays Academy would definitely rise up and surpass the Sky-Bearing Academy and even the Azure Billow Academy. The beautiful blueprint unfolded before his eyes. Even the Skyrays Learning Academy's Vice sect Lord wanted to laugh loudly in delight. The only thing that annoyed him was that the new teacher-in-chief of swordsmanship was too arrogant. Although the teacher-in-chief status was not as high as the vice-chairman's, the other party's superb swordsmanship and tyrannical strength meant that even he was no match for him. He had to back down a little. Because of the appearance of this person, the exchange between the academy's teachers fell into a stalemate. The stalemate had to be broken. Otherwise, this exchange would be equivalent to having a stain on it. Other than the Sky Rays Academy, the other academies might become laughingstocks. However, from the looks of it, everyone was stunned and didn't have the ability to break the stalemate. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. What a pity. It seems that no one in the various academies can fight against me in sword arts, the Sky Rays Academy's Vice Sect Lord said. Although he said that it was a pity, his tone was still boundlessly arrogant. In that case, how about I be your opponent? Just as everyone was feeling embarrassed and silent, a voice suddenly rang out. It was as if it came from beyond the heavens. It was so tranquil and distant, and when it entered everyone's ears, it instantly had the effect of calming down the embarrassment in their hearts. Who is it? The Sky Rays Academy's Vice sect Lord looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light as he shouted. His sword intent surged, and the sharpness was unrestrained. It was as if an invisible aura was soaring into the sky. It's me. The voice rang out, and a figure of light flew over rapidly. It was a flying ship. Immediately after, the flying ship stopped in the sky above the Sky Rays Academy. The door opened, and a figure flew out and landed. Instructor Chu. The students of the 3 sword departments of the Earth Palace exclaimed in surprise. Instructor Chu, you're back. Mu Shihua was also shocked before he was overjoyed. So he's Chu Mu, an early-stage 4th sky of Nirvana realm. Humph. Fong Shanhai snorted coldly. His expression was filled with disdain. The people of the other academies didn't understand. They were puzzled and curious. So it's you. The Sky Rays Academy's Vice sect Lord stared at Chu Mu. His voice was ice-cold, and his eyes were extremely cold. He shook his sword and pointed it at Chu Mu. A silver luster flickered on the sword, and the sword energy surged with a shocking sharpness. I didn't expect it to be you either. Chu Mu said indifferently. The heaven slash sword appeared in his hand. The sword trembled slightly, and suddenly a wisp of silver light appeared out of nowhere. It flowed on the sword, and a frightening sharpness aura rippled out wantonly. Sword energy. This lad has actually grasped sword energy. Unbelievable. There's actually a second person who has grasped sword energy, and he looks so young. Exclamations of surprise were incessant. Even Mu Shihua, who understood Chu Mu the most, had his eyes wide open. His eyeballs were about to pop out. The students of the 3 sword departments of the Earth Palace were shocked at first, but they were soon overjoyed. They were incomparably excited because Chu Mu was their Vice Sect Lord. While Vice Sect Lord Lin Yuan was shocked, he also felt a sense of regret. If he had known that Chu Mu had grasped sword energy, he definitely wouldn't have disagreed with Mu Shihua's suggestion and directly appointed Chu Mu as the Academy's Vice Sect Lord. It's not too late, Lin Yuan said inwardly. The Earth Palace's Vice Sect Lord, Wang Yefeng, had a very ugly expression. Fong Shanhai's expression was also very ugly. Chu Mu's attainments in sword arts had completely exceeded their expectations. He had even grasped sword energy. The 2 swords faced each other from a distance. The astonishing sword energy and sharpness fluctuations made people's hearts palpitate. Chu Mu's opponent couldn't be considered an acquaintance, but it was someone he knew. Furthermore, it was someone he had some conflicts with before. It was Renli, who had been brought by Qin Zhenyu to find trouble with him on the Hidden Edge starship. He was at the 6th firmament of Nirvana realm. If it was said that Chu Mu was still wary of him before, then there was nothing to be afraid of now. This was because Chu Mu's cultivation had broken through to the 4th firmament of Nirvana realm. He believed that his sword domain was enough to affect his opponent. Moreover, the current situation was a competition of sword arts. I will let you know that there is always someone better than you, Renly sneered. Immediately after, he slid a step forward. The sword light was like a silver thunderbolt that streaked across the sky. It was cold, desolate, and violent. In an instant, it was in front of Chu Mu. Although this sword strike didn't use sword energy or the power of sword intent law, it contained sword energy. Moreover, it was the essence of the sword arts that Renly had grasped. It was very exquisite, sharp, and extremely fast. This sword strike caused a lot of exclamations. Chu Mu's expression didn't change. The heaven/sword trembled and pierced out at an extremely high speed. It was aimed at Ren Li's face and directly between his eyebrows. Ren Li's expression changed drastically. He felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows as if he was about to be pierced. Ren Li hurriedly changed his sword arts and moved his feet. He was about to dodge Chu Mu's sword strike that was like a stream of light. Chu Mu's wrist shook and the sword light turned into a fan shape. It covered the front and swept past Ren Li's neck. It was a merciless attack. Ren Li's attainment in sword arts was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than Mu Shihua. He had comprehended the essence of sword arts. Moreover, his sword energy had reached the 6th level. It was very powerful. However, his opponent was Chu Mu, a peerless genius who was more talented than him. Apart from cultivation, Chu Mu was much stronger than him in all other aspects. The sword art was displayed and the essence was displayed. Every strike was like a violent thunderbolt that swept across the sky and swept across the world. Suddenly, it was like a volcano erupting and destroying the world. Suddenly, it was like a storm passing through and destroying everything. Soon after, it was like a monstrous flood that destroyed everything. Every change was different. However, every change was extremely violent and shocking. The crowd only saw that Chu Mu's sword light was sometimes like a thunderbolt, sometimes like a raging fire, sometimes like a storm, sometimes like a flood, and sometimes like a mountain. Every strike was different, but it was the essence of sword arts. The crowd was extremely shocked and intoxicated. They were unable to extricate themselves from it. Ren Li was shocked and angry. He used his sword arts with all his might, but he was completely suppressed by Chu Mu. He could only passively defend and dodge. This kind of sullen feeling almost made him collapse. Suddenly, Chu Mu's sword technique changed. It went from a thunderous and raging fire berserk to one that grew and multiplied endlessly like a tree. With one slash, the silver sword light that contained sword energy was inextinguishable. It unceasingly attacked, causing Ren Li to be unable to dodge. Blocking was extremely difficult. With great difficulty, Ren Li resisted the endless attacks of the silver sword light. Before he could counterattack, the silver sword light suddenly flowed like water. Although it was not strong, it was continuous and very flexible. It bound Ren Li's sword and made him unable to counterattack. It turned out that after Chu Mu attacked for a while, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of the 5 ordinary unique skills of the 5 elements. He extracted the essence of the 5 elements and integrated it into the sword art. As expected, it made the style of the sword art more varied. Moreover, when the changes were connected, its power increased greatly. Unknowingly, Ren Li had become Chu Mu's practice target. He was like a live target. The unparalleled sword and the unparalleled sword art shocked countless people to the point of numbness. It also made Ren Li clench his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Sword light of different colors, sword light of different styles, made Ren Li unable to deal with it. When he was about to be defeated, Renly suddenly burst out. The powerful power of the sixth sky of Nirvana realm poured out in an instant. It poured into the sword in his hand like a flood bursting through a dam. The sword light shone brightly, and a violent aura overflowed. The sword slashed towards Chu-Mu at an even faster speed. Chapter 13:28. The resplendent sword light was like a meteorite from the ninth heaven. The sudden eruption shocked everyone. As the sword slashed down, an incomparably tyrannical power erupted. With a boom, Chu-Mu was sent flying. His blood and chi shook and his bones went numb. Since he had erupted with his cultivation and all his strength, Renly showed no mercy. He planned to kill Chu-Mu right here and now. With another sword slash, the sword light exploded. The terrifying roar made everyone feel as if their eardrums were being torn apart. Everyone revealed a pained expression and hurriedly retreated. Even the vice sect lords were the same, because their cultivation was at the Nirvana realm. When Renly erupted with his full strength, Chu-Mu sensed it. He hurriedly released his cultivation to block Renly's sudden sword attack. But because it was a little rushed, his blood and chi were shaken. Renly displayed a heaven-grade sword art, but Chu-Mu completely adjusted and slashed out with his sword. A tyrannical ancient sword chi shot out, tearing through the sky. The terrifying divine wilderness sword essence made the ancient sword art even more powerful than before. Low-level Nirvana realm. Nirvana realm focused on the body. Middle-level Nirvana realm focused on the Dantian. Fourth-level Nirvana realm. After the Dantian went through Nirvana, it became more stable and possessed a mysterious power. Under that mysterious power, the divine wilderness sword essence became more condensed, and its power increased by 30%. Moreover, the recovery speed of the sword essence had greatly increased. Fourth sky of Nirvana realm against sixth sky of Nirvana realm. Logically speaking, Chu-Mu should not be Renly's opponent with a difference of 2 realms. However, that was not the case. Chu-Mu did not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against Renly, because Chu-Mu also had the cultivation of body cultivation, which was equally powerful. Renly's face changed. He never thought that the person he looked down on would be so powerful that he could fight against him. His body trembled. A fiery red force field instantly spread out and enveloped Chu-Mu. Immediately, the sword in his hand seemed to turn into a ball of raging flames. It was like a meteorite from outer space, carrying an unparalleled power that bombarded and destroyed everything. Golden light radiated from Chu-Mu's body. The law of metal fluctuated, and its sharpness was astonishing. The heaven/sword was dyed golden. The metal force field and the fire force field collided. The power of the collision was overwhelming. The sword light slashed through the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, blinding everyone's eyes. They couldn't look at it directly. The shocking sharpness was earth-shattering. 5 elements, sharp metal sword. The terrifying golden sword light slashed out, directly splitting Renly's fire force field. The shocking sharpness made Renly's whole body shiver, and his face changed drastically. The meteor-like raging fire was also cut apart by the golden sword light. After defeating the 5 elemental sharp metal swords with 3 slashes, Chu-Mu pointed his sword forward. A wisp of silver sword aura shot forward with an aura that could break through the void. It shot into Renly's fire force field and attacked Renly. It was the ultimate technique, Void Pierce Sword Aura. Renly was also a super genius and had grasped many techniques. He immediately reacted. The sword light attacked like a storm, attacking from all angles and shattering the void-piercing sword chi. Renly seemed to know that he couldn't do anything to Chu-Mu. After shattering the void-piercing sword chi, he executed a sharp sword art. The sword light was like a raging inferno. He then soared into the sky and became one with his sword. He turned into a wisp of sword light and flew away rapidly. The speed was extremely fast and very sudden. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. The heaven/sword was raised, silver light flickered, and the void-piercing sword chi shot out. It was extremely fast and shot towards Renly, who had already flown a few thousand meters away. Everyone heard a groan. Renly was obviously hit and injured. However, he burst forth with an even faster speed and executed some kind of secret technique, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Chu Mu didn't give chase. It was also difficult for him to do so. Renly was a super genius, and his cultivation was 2 heavens above Chu Mu's. Furthermore, he didn't care about the cost of executing a secret technique to increase his speed. The truth was that the Sky Raising Academy didn't achieve its goal of becoming famous. Instead, it created the Sky Bearing Academy. Chu Mu, the Earth Palace sword art instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy, was at the 4th heaven of the Nirvana realm. He had comprehended the essence of the sword art and grasped the sword force. His attainments in the sword art had reached an unimaginable level. This news would spread very quickly, and Sky Bearing Academy would become famous because of it. More and more geniuses would come to Sky Bearing Academy because of its reputation. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with annoyance. Wang Yefeng, Feng Shanhai, and the rest had gloomy expressions and complicated emotions. The students of the Earth Palace Sword Art 3 divisions were all in high spirits and extremely excited. A peerless genius. The Azure Water Academy's Sword Art Vice Head Instructor stared at Chu Mu with glowing eyes. Little friend, I am the Azure Water Academy's Sword Art Vice Head Instructor, Su Jinkai. Our Azure Water Academy has been established for 3,000 years. We have a long history and a deep foundation. Furthermore, we are directly under the Azure Water Empire's royal family and have a bright future ahead of us. Our Azure Water Academy is thirsty for talents and is in need of a peerless genius like you. We sincerely invite you to our Azure Water Academy to be the Sword Art Head Instructor. The Kanglin Dynasty was established by the Kanglin Saint Emperor. It was a powerful dynasty. Although the Kanglin Dynasty also paid attention to the strong, the status of officials in the dynasty was relatively high. After all, many people in this world were cultivators. Many of the officials in the dynasty were people with great strength. With powerful strength and the protection of the empire, as well as superior resources, influence, and backing, becoming an official in the empire was the dream of many. Su Jinkai was blatantly trying to poach Chu Mu, but Mu Shihua and the others couldn't say anything. Azure Water Academy was indeed much stronger than Sky Bearing Academy, and they indeed had the Azure Water Empire as their direct backing. Moreover, with Chu Mu's talent, it wasn't impossible for him to enter the imperial court and become an official. What Su Jinkai said was the truth. Mu Shihua felt that he had no reason to stop Chu Mu. That would be destroying his future. After all, even the Sky Bearing Academy's vice head instructor couldn't be compared to the Azure Water Academy's sword art head instructor to a certain extent. Everyone looked at Chu Mu quietly. The 2 vice heads of the Azure Water Academy looked at Chu Mu with smiles. From their expressions, it was obvious that they were confident that Chu Mu would agree. This was related to one's future, who would reject it. However, he couldn't figure out Chu Mu's background. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have invited him and might even make a move. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't want to leave the Sky Bearing Academy now. We'll talk about it in the future, Chu Mu said indifferently. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Rejected. Faced with such a huge temptation, he actually rejected it. Unbelievable. Everyone was dumbfounded. You. Su Jinkai's expression changed. Just as he was about to berate Chu Mu, he suddenly thought of something. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he said in a deep voice, "Little friend, this is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, it will be gone. I've made up my mind." Chu Mu couldn't be bothered to say anything else. All right. The doors of the Azure Water Academy are always open to you. Su Jingkai could only say this in the end. If it was someone else who rejected him, they would definitely anger him and not give him any face. However, he didn't dare to do this to Chu Mu, a person at the initial stages of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm who had mastered sword force and defeated a sixth sky of Nirvana realm opponent who had also mastered sword force. It was hard to say what a person like this would achieve in the future, but it was best not to make him an enemy. Regretfully, this year's Academy exchange had come to an end. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Yuan opened his mouth and announced that Chu Mu would be the head instructor of the sword arts in the Sky-Bearing Academy. In fact, this was what everyone wanted. Chu Mu also wanted to enter the upper echelons of the book collection department, but he needed to have enough status. The position of head instructor of the sword arts in the academy was enough. Instructor, are you not going to teach us anymore? Jiang Yun asked. I will still teach you swordsmanship, Chu Mu replied. Actually, the head instructor of the sword arts in the academy was just a position. Basically, after taking up this position, there was no need to teach anymore. However, Chu Mu didn't mind. He would teach once every 3 days for 8 hours. Although it was said that he was teaching others, he was actually learning his own swordsmanship. There were more or less benefits to it. Hearing Chu Mu's words, Jiang Yun and the rest were very happy. Even the indifferent Chen Li let out a smile. The people from the other academies left. Soon after, the news spread. The limelight of this exchange was completely overshadowed by Chu Mu. However, no one was dissatisfied. Instead, they were very excited. This was because they had personally witnessed the battle between two peerless geniuses who had mastered sword force. That kind of shock was indescribable. One by one, the genius students even had the thought of giving up on spells and focusing on swordsmanship. There were even a few hot-headed geniuses who did so. As for what they would achieve in the future, it would depend on their own luck. After the exchange, everyone returned. After Chu Mu and Mu Shihua chatted for a while, they also exchanged a few words with Lin Yuan before heading to the Academy's book collection department to enter the upper level. Lin Yuan was very helpless, but he didn't know what to say. He still remembered the words he had said in front of Chu Mu. Under the circumstances back then, those words might not have been much, but now that he thought about it, those words were filled with humiliation. If he were in Chu Mu's shoes, it would be good enough if he didn't get angry. How could he expect to be polite? He could only wait and slowly mend their relationship. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He didn't know that he wouldn't have the chance to do so. Amazing, it was really too amazing. I didn't expect our instructor's swordsmanship to be so profound. It's unimaginable. Sword force. He has actually mastered sword force. In the future, he will definitely be a sword saint, and a powerful one at that. A sword saint. All the students revealed envious gazes. Jiang Yun clenched his fist and said, I have decided. In the future, I will spend more time cultivating swordsmanship. In the deep blue world, spells were more prosperous than swordsmanship. Under normal circumstances, spells were also more powerful than swordsmanship. However, sword saints subverted this concept. Sword saints were very strong, and their swordsmanship was also stronger. It wasn't inferior to spells at all. This was because sword saints mastered sword force, and sword force could increase the power of swordsmanship. As for spells, there was no such thing as arcane power. Chapter 1329. Instructor Chu Mu, I want to be your disciple. Please accept me. Chen Li knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Mu. His tone was very firm. This was the 10th time Chen Li requested to be Chu Mu's disciple. However, this was the first time he knelt to Chu Mu. Before Chu Mu could stop him, Chen Li had already kowtowed 3 times. Every time he kowtowed, his head would hit the ground and make a thumping sound. When he got up, Chen Li's forehead was slightly red. Although he wasn't a body cultivator, Chen Li's body was much stronger than the average person after many upgrades. The red mark on his forehead meant that he used a lot of strength. He was very sincere and sincere. Chu-mu had a headache. Chun Li's talent in swordsmanship was not bad, but it could only be considered above average. There was still a gap between him and those peerless geniuses. However, he was very sincere. If he was in the human races for major star fields, Chu-mu wouldn't hesitate. However, in the deep blue world, he was only here to carry out a mission. Chun-Li, you have some talent and sincerity. However, I still can't accept you as my disciple. Chu-mu thought for a while and said slowly, however, I can accept you as an in-name disciple first. Hearing Chu-mu's words, Chun-Li first showed a disappointed expression before it turned into a pleasant surprise. An in-name disciple was still a disciple after all. Master, please accept this disciple's 3 kowtows. Chun-Li quickly kowtowed 3 more times. I don't have much time. Therefore, other than teaching swordsmanship, I won't teach you often. Chu-mu said honestly, I understand, Master. As long as you can guide me, I will learn diligently. Chun-Li didn't show any dissatisfaction. Okay, you can go back first and cultivate well. Chu-mu said, Okay, Master. However, before I go back, I wonder if I should give up on spells and focus on swordsmanship? Chun-Li said, hoping that Chu-mu would give him a suggestion. I won't give any suggestions. Follow your heart. Chu-mu said faintly and signaled Chun-Li to leave. Yes, Master. Chun-Li turned around and left with a thoughtful expression on his face. The concept of magic was deeply rooted in people's hearts, and it was also one of the mainstream developments in this world. It had its own uniqueness. As for what would happen in the end, Chu-mu didn't know, so he couldn't make any conclusions. Moreover, Chun-Li was merely a nominal disciple. Taking in Chu-mu as a disciple in name didn't affect his daily life much. He still attended sword art classes, cultivated, and went to the book collection department. Chu-mu's identity as the head instructor of the sword techniques of the Sky Bearing Academy allowed him to become one of the higher-ups of the Sky Bearing Academy. The book collection department was no longer guarded against him, and he could browse through it as he wished. The upper level of the book collection department did not have as many books as the lower level, but they were more precious than the lower level. There were even a few unique books. However, Chu-mu flipped through them one by one, but did not find any information about the world spirit. However, flipping through these books had broadened his horizons, increasing his knowledge and knowledge. Because he had to cultivate, Chu-mu couldn't stay in the book collection department all the time. After more than 10 days, there were still a few books left in the upper level of the book collection department that he hadn't browsed through. In these 10 days, he had attended a few sword art classes and also taught Chun-Li a few times. Chun-Li's talent was indeed not bad, and his comprehension wasn't bad either. Every time Chu-mu gave him pointers, he could quickly comprehend it and then spend a few days to absorb it. The next time, there would be some improvement. This made Chu-mu quite satisfied. In these 10 days, many people came to listen to the 3 sword techniques department in the Earth Palace. Fortunately, the training hall was big enough and Chu-mu didn't chase them away. Chu-mu's reputation also spread and resounded throughout the Kanglan Empire, causing many people to come. Some came because of his reputation and wanted to enter the Sky Bearing Academy to become Chu-mu's student, while others wanted to challenge Chu-mu to become famous. However, Chu-mu rejected all challengers and didn't even bother with them. Today, Chu-mu came to the upper level of the book collection department again. He planned to finish reading the remaining 3 books today. If he still couldn't find any information related to the power of the world, he planned to find an opportunity to leave this place. He picked up the first book and read it carefully. In less than an hour, he finished reading the book and memorized all the contents. He flipped through the second book. He flipped through the third book, reading page by page, flipping through page by page. Chu-mu suddenly paused. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes as if he had thought of something. He flipped back to a few pages and carefully read them again. There wasn't much information on this page. Chu-mu only noticed something different after reading it 3 times. The general meaning was that the greatest secret of the deep blue world was the 18 divine pearls. Collecting all 18 divine pearls would unlock the secret of this world. 18 divine pearls, the secret of the world. Chumu narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself thoughtfully. The content was very little. It could even be said that it was only mentioned briefly. When Chumu read it previously, he didn't think too much about it. It was only when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration that he went back and read it a few more times that he found some clues. However, there was too little information. The 18 divine pearls and the so-called secret of the world were just this. There wasn't anything else. This made Chumu confused. He couldn't be sure if the 18 divine pearls and the so-called secret of the world had anything to do with the world spirit. If it was related to the power of the world, it was worth Chumu to investigate. However, if it wasn't, there was no need to investigate further. However, Chumu couldn't be sure if it was related or not. This was the main point. After reading it again, he flipped open the pages again and read page by page. He was more careful than before, and he understood every word. This time his reading speed was much slower. In the end, he finished reading the entire book and memorized it. Other than that page, there wasn't any other information related to the 18 divine pearls and the secret of the world. After Chumu closed the book, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat on his seat and closed his eyes. He carefully recalled the contents of every book that he had read in the book collection department. His reading volume was very large, and he had read many, many books. Therefore, it wasn't easy to recall everything carefully. After spending half a day, Chumu finally finished recalling everything. He could be sure that other than that page in the book, there wasn't any other information related to the 18 divine pearls and the secret of the world. There was also no information related to the power of the world. It seems like I have to focus on the 18 divine pearls. Chumu thought to himself and focused on the so-called 18 divine pearls. When he left the book collection department, it was already nighttime. Chumu didn't return to his residence, but went to look for Mu Shihua. 18 divine pearls? Mu Shihua was confused. Judging from his tone and expression, he didn't know anything about the 18 divine pearls at all. I just saw it when I was flipping through the books in the book collection department. I was just curious, Chumu said calmly with a faint smile. Mu Shihua nodded without any doubt. Vice Chairman Mu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Since he didn't get any information, Chumu stood up and left. Mu Shihua didn't take it to heart. I have a feeling that the transformation of the power of time will happen during this period of time. It won't be long. Then I'll wait until the power of time transforms into the laws before I bid farewell to Mu Shihua, Chumu thought to himself. Cultivate. Continue to cultivate. Every 3 days, there would be a sword technique lesson. After that, Chunli would come over every 1 or 2 days. Chumu would also use his free time to give him some pointers. As a result, Chunli's swordsmanship gradually improved, and he was even further away from the other students. However, Chun-Li was still a long way from comprehending the essence of swordsmanship and mastering sword energy. It seemed hopeless for him to master sword energy in the lower or middle levels of the Nirvana realm. Chumu would also take some time to write a book on swordsmanship. He planned to leave Sky-Bearing Academy soon and give this book to Chun-Li as an explanation to his in-name disciple. After all, he wouldn't be able to give him pointers in the future. Li Chofeng was forced to leave the Li family and go to the Skyblaze sect. With his own talent and strength, as well as the influence the Li family had in the Skyblaze sect, he quickly became a core disciple of the Skyblaze sect and had a relatively high status. However, Li Chofeng had always been thinking about the position of the head of the Li family. Although he knew that after he became a disciple of the Skyblaze sect, the position of head of the Li family would no longer have anything to do with him, he was still unwilling to accept it. He knew that the reason he lost the position of head of the Li family and was forced to become a disciple of the Skyblaze sect was because he had committed a grave mistake. The reason for his grave mistake was that Chu Mu had killed 8 heavenly guards and 1 heavenly guard commander of the Li family, causing the Li family to suffer a great loss. Chu Mu was a person that Li Qiufeng hated the most. He swore that he would definitely take revenge on Chu Mu and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Now, Li Qiufeng was about to take his revenge on Chu Mu. He brought a few powerful cultivators from Fire God sect that belonged to the Li family and quickly left Fire God sect. He first returned to the Li family. After learning of the recent events, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He is now in the Sky-Bearing Academy and is in the limelight, an elder of the Li family said viciously. Relying on the Sky-Bearing Academy's support, he has completely disregarded the Li family and is lawless. Father, elders, don't worry. Li Qiufeng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he vowed, this time I have brought a few experts from the Skyblaze sect with me. They all belong to the Li family, and each of them has a profound cultivation base. With them, Chu Mu will not be able to escape. The Sky-Bearing Academy will definitely not dare to offend the Skyblaze sect and protect Chu Mu. Otherwise, they will become the Skyblaze sect's enemy. Even the founder of the Sky-Bearing Academy, the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint, would not dare to offend the Skyblaze sect. Just like that, Li Qiufeng left the Li family with a few experts from the Skyblaze sect and quickly headed for the Sky-Bearing Academy. He was fully confident that he would be able to capture Chu Mu this time. Chapter 1330. Grasping Sword Energy at the 4th Sky of the Nirvana Realm. This Chu Mu's talent is really shocking. I heard that he can even suppress a 6th Sky of the Nirvana Realm cultivator, and that 6th Sky of the Nirvana Realm cultivator has also comprehended sword energy. Grasping sword energy at the Nirvana Realm means that his talent is extremely high. Being able to fight across 2 heavens also means that his combat talent is shocking. However, in front of absolute power, everything is in vain. Li Qiufeng sneered and said, I believe that with your strength it won't be difficult to capture Chu Mu. I think that it's enough for senior brother he to do it. Yeah, senior brother, he is an 8th Sky of the Nirvana Realm cultivator. If he makes a move, capturing him will be a piece of cake. While cultivating, Chu Mu suddenly had a feeling that his heart was palpitating, as if danger was approaching. He didn't know how to calculate, so he didn't know what exactly it was. He could only be sure that something unfavorable to him was about to happen. After pondering for a moment, Chu Mu asked someone to find Chenli. This is the sword practice experience I wrote down. Comprehend it well. Chu Mu passed the sword practice experience to Chen Li and instructed. Master. Chen Li was stunned. He looked at Chu Mu and wanted to say something but hesitated. All good things must come to an end. I hope that you can cultivate well and have some achievements in the Sword Dao. Chu Mu said slowly, besides that, remember one thing. Besides yourself, don't let anyone know that you're my registered disciple. You'll know why in the future. Master. Chen Li's eyes were filled with confusion. Go and cultivate well. When we meet in the future, I'll test you. Don't let me down. Chu Mu said. Chen Li's lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Mu, then stood up and left. Danger is approaching. No matter who wants to deal with me, they'll have to pay the price. Chu Mu thought to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With the sky-beheading sword in his hand, his fingers slowly slid across the blade. It was cold and ghastly. You have 2 choices. Li Qiufeng sat in front of Mu Shihua and Lin Yuan with a sneer. First, hand over Chu Mu. Second, become enemies with the Skyblaze sect. Lin Yuan and Mu Shihua's expressions changed drastically. The Skyblaze sect was a colossus to the Sky-Bearing Academy. There was no comparison between the two. Even the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint was unwilling to make an enemy out of the Skyblaze sect. After provoking the Skyblaze sect, the destruction of Sky-Bearing Academy was not far away. However, the price of not provoking the Skyblaze sect was to hand over Chu Mu, a fourth sky of Nirvana realm cultivator who could control sword energy, and a fourth sky of Nirvana realm cultivator who could suppress a sixth sky of Nirvana realm cultivator who could control sword energy. His future was limitless. If they handed over Chu Mu, and if Chu Mu didn't die, it would be the same as offending Chu Mu. Between offending the Skyblaze sect and offending a peerless genius with a limitless future, there was no third option. Compared to Lin Yuan, Mu Shihua was thinking more. He was the one who brought Chu Mu here. He had also promised to help Chu Mu resist the Li family, and he had done so. Chu Mu had displayed unparalleled talent and become the head instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy's sword techniques. It was time for the Sky Bearing Academy to rise. However, the arrival of a few core disciples from the Skyblaze sect had created a huge change. Mu Shihua had 3 considerations. First, the development of the Sky Bearing Academy. Second, his own promise. Third, he was optimistic about Chu Mu's future. Therefore, he was very hesitant. A cold smile hung on Li Qiufeng's lips. In reality, he could just go and find Chu Mu. However, he did this because he wanted to humiliate Chu Mu before capturing him. Wasn't he under the protection of the Sky Bearing Academy? Then he would let the Sky Bearing Academy expel him personally. From now on, Chu Mu is no longer an instructor of the Sky Bearing Academy. He has nothing to do with the Sky Bearing Academy, Lin Yuan said straightforwardly. After making this decision, he suddenly felt carefree. Chu Mu had not paid much attention to him. Even when he had put down his status as the vice head and tried to mend the relationship with Chu Mu did not care. This made him very angry. Vice head Lin Yuan. Mu Shihua's expression changed. Vice head Mu, I am doing this for the sake of the academy, Lin Yuan said righteously. I have a condition. Mu Shihua looked at Li Qiufeng and said coldly, I will inform Chu Mu now. You have to wait for Chu Mu to leave the Sky Bearing Academy before taking action. No problem, Li Qiufeng said. Mu Shihua did this because he was worried that a battle would break out in the academy and cause damage. On the other hand, he hoped that Chu Mu would leave early. Li Qiufeng agreed because he was very confident. Mu Shihua quickly left and found Chu Mu to inform him of the situation. Young friend Chu, I am very sorry. After Mu Shihua finished speaking, he apologized sincerely. Young friend Chu, you should take this opportunity to leave. The sooner the better. Vice head Mu, you don't have to feel sorry. Even if this did not happen, I was planning to take my leave. Chu Mu said, in that case, we will meet again in the future. After he finished speaking, Chu Mu immediately left his residence and soared into the sky. He turned into a sword light and flew out of the Sky Bearing Academy. As for Lin Yuan, he was just a petty person. If he had the chance, he would teach him a lesson. However, the current situation was clearly not suitable. Mu Shihua had told Chu Mu that among the Skyblaze sect disciples, there was an 8th Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm Martial Artist, 3 7th Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm Martial Artists, and 1 5th Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm Martial Artist. Chu Mu did not care about the 5th Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm Martial Artists. However, the 3 7th Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm Martial Artists and 1 8th Heavenly Layer Nirvana Realm Martial Artist were worthy of Chu Mu's attention. Mu Shihua looked at Chu Mu's departing figure and sighed heavily. His eyes dimmed. Such an unforeseen event was completely unexpected. Chu Mu turned into a sword light and flew out of the Sky Bearing Academy. Unexpectedly, Li Qiufeng and the others had already moved and chased after him. Senior brothers, I'll leave it to you. Li Qiufeng's cultivation was the lowest and his speed was the slowest. He could not compare with Chu Mu at all, so he could only warn the other 4. Junior brother Li, don't worry. We will definitely capture this thief. After giving Li Qiufeng a guarantee, the 4 of them suddenly sped up and chased after Chu Mu. Chu Mu executed the flying sword control technique. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a ray of light that streaked across the sky. In a flash, he left behind a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Let's pursue him at full speed. Hezijian, who was at the 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm, said. Among the 4 of them, he had the highest cultivation and was the leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them immediately moved their 10 fingers. Their nimble fingers sketched out different seals. For different colored rays of light bloomed. Immediately, the rays of light spread out and enveloped the 4 of them. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. The rays of light mixed and stretched, forming a gray flood dragon. The flood dragon was huge. The 4 of them hid in its head and body. With the combination of the 2 arts, their speed increased by several times. With a whoosh, they cut across the sky and chased after Chumu, getting closer and closer. Feeling the movement behind him, Chumu was shocked. He did not expect that spells could be used in this way. The speed of these people was already very fast. Now, they were even faster than him. Looking at the situation, it seemed that there was no way to get rid of these people. Then let's fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. His body suddenly stopped. The sky-beheading sword appeared in his hand. Without any mercy, he executed the thunder prison break. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Under the storm, the scorched earth spread. Terrifying lightning appeared in the sky and locked on to Hezijian and the other 3, crazily striking down. Chu Mu's attack was too sudden. The lightning struck down and shattered the gray flood dragon. However, with the protection of the gray flood dragon, the 4 of them were not injured. Capture! Hezijian shouted. His 10 fingers moved quickly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged around his body. The sound was so loud that it seemed like an invisible ocean had appeared. Immediately, a vast blue tide appeared behind Hezijian. As the tide surged, 2 blue rays suddenly shot out. They were like the tentacles of an octopus. They quickly flung towards Chumu, trying to entangle Chumu. The other 3 pulled out their swords and quickly slashed the sword light. Then their left hands performed seals. Spells emerged and all of them blasted towards Chumu. The techniques cast by 7th and 8th level Nirvana realm cultivators were extremely powerful. Chumu had no choice but to treat them seriously. In his heart, there was also a kind of excitement. Sword intent gushed out. That terrifying sword intent wasn't held back at all, instantly causing the void to tremble. Hezijian and the other 3's expressions couldn't help but change. They all had comprehended sword intent. But compared to Chu Mu's sword intent, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. In front of this sword intent, they didn't know why, but they actually had a feeling of trembling. Kill him. Hezijian made a prompt decision. He realized that Chu Mu was a terrifying enemy. They couldn't capture him alive. They had to kill him on the spot to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Suddenly, the 2 dark blue whips that were flung towards Chu Mu suddenly straightened. A ray of light flashed on them. They were as sharp as swords. Since they had decided to kill Chu Mu, the 4 didn't hold back anymore. They cast their spells and sword arts. The power was shocking. Chu Mu cast Wind Rise and Thunder Fall. Then he released the metal force field. Golden rays of light appeared on the sky-beheading sword. It was incomparably dazzling. 5 elements sharp metal sword. The sword light that could cut through everything was unstoppable. It slashed towards one of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators. Under the enhancement of the metal force field, it became very terrifying. The 4 of them hurriedly released their respective force fields. Unfortunately, their force fields couldn't be merged. They could only act independently. The terrifying golden sword light of the 5 elements sharp metal sword was dozens of meters long. It seemed to cut through the sky. It was shocking. Under the support of the sword intent, without holding back, The power of the sword had reached its peak. Once it hit, even if it was a nirvana artifact with a soaring cultivation, it wouldn't be able to withstand it and would die immediately. The others attacked the golden sword light, one after another. They weakened the power of the golden sword light and saved the seventh sky of Nirvana realm cultivator. This made Chumu feel that it was a pity. The sword attack just now was unexpected. If it was effective, it would reduce one of the threats. Now that the opponent was prepared, it was difficult to be effective. Chapter 1331. The four of them formed an encirclement around Chumu to prevent Chumu from escaping. With the heaven-sword in his right hand and the immortal sword in his left, Chumu was going to use the dual sword technique to fight with all his might. Hezijian was proficient in sorcery, but he did not have much experience in swordsmanship. Blue streams of water surrounded his body, protecting him. With the presence of the water force field, his defense was even stronger. Streams of blue light flowed around Hezijian's body. They were like rivers surging with waves, displaying Hezijian's astonishing attainments in the Tao of sorcery. This was also the first time that Chumu saw the elegance of a cultivator who was proficient in spiritual arts. Water technique, grand waterfall burial. Hezijian's long hair fluttered in the wind. Blue light flickered in his eyes. His hands quickly formed a seal. The water force around him fluctuated violently, as if an ocean was being overturned. Rumbling sounds were earth-shattering. In the void, a blue tide suddenly appeared. It was as high as 100 meters. Suddenly it surged violently, as if it was going to destroy the world. The power made Chumu's expression change drastically. The water technique that was full of destructive power was terrifying beyond compare. It was as if it was going to bury the entire sky, along with Chumu. The three seventh sky of Nirvana realm cultivators were delighted. They quickly retreated to avoid being affected. They felt that under Hezijian's grand waterfall burial water technique, even an eighth sky of Nirvana realm cultivator would die without a doubt, let alone an early fourth sky of Nirvana realm cultivator. The difference between each sky was 10 times. They felt that under Hezijian's water technique, Chumu would die without a doubt. By then, even his bones would be hard to find. Chumu's spiritual world was in turmoil, and his spiritual force felt like it was about to explode. This was brought about by an extremely strong sense of crisis. Under the metal force field, the light from the sky/sword was extremely bright and dazzling. Then, a dark silver light appeared and wrapped around the sword like silk. After the sword trembled slightly, the 5 elements sharp metal sword attacked. The terrifying golden sword light was 8 times stronger under the support of the level 7 sword energy. The might of the 5 elemental sharp metal sword was indescribable. Even the sky could not withstand the sword and was directly cut open, leaving a pitch-black mark. The expressions of the 3 seventh sky of Nirvana realm cultivators changed drastically. This sword was too terrifying. If Chumu had used this sword, then their attacks would have been difficult to break through. However, if he had used this sword, then it would have been easier for them to react. After all, it would take a little bit of time to stimulate and fuse the sword force into the sword force. The 5 elements, sharp metal, sword, slashed down. The 100-meter-long golden sword light cut through the sky, leaving a pitch-black mark, and slashed towards the great waterfall burial water technique. Then, Chumu withdrew the metal force field and quickly released the water force field. The imperishable sword was raised, and the azure light surged like water waves. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear the sound of flowing water. As the sword slashed out, the azure sword light flowed out like flowing water. It seemed soft, but it was actually extremely tough, constantly attacking. The golden sword light collided with the great waterfall burial water technique. In an instant, the violent and destructive great waterfall burial water technique was cut open by the golden sword light. The golden sword light slashed towards Hezijian. But the great waterfall burial water technique's power did not decrease after it was cut in half. It still rushed towards Chumu. The azure sword light of the 5 elements flowing water, sword slashed down like a surging wave. It collided with the great waterfall burial water technique once again. Immediately, the two forces clashed continuously. Hezijian's expression changed drastically. The golden sword light was incomparably sharp, and he felt as if his body was being torn apart, and nothing could stop it. The water force field could not resist the golden sword light and was broken. Hezijian had already used both of his hands to cast a new spell. Suddenly, a shield of water appeared in front of him. The water in the shield spun continuously like a vortex, blocking the attack of the golden sword light. In the end, when the golden sword light and the water shield whirlpool both dissipated, Chumu burst out with his fastest speed and attacked one of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators. Hezijian mastered the water force field. The other 3 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators mastered the fire force field, wind force field, and earth force field respectively. The one that Chumu wanted to attack was the earth force field. The 5 elements restrained each other. Wood restrained earth. Chumu withdrew the water force field and switched to the wood force field to attack the opponent's force field. Immediately after, the sky-beheading sword was covered in green light. He raised the sword and cast the 5 elements green wood sword. The green sword light was endless. It pierced through the opponent's earth force field. It was unstoppable. Let me help you. The 2 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators at the side quickly made their move. Chumu also realized that with his current strength, it was very difficult to fight against 3 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators and 1/8 sky of Nirvana realm cultivator, especially when the 3 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators could entangle him, while the 8th sky of Nirvana realm cultivator could cast a terrifying technique attack. However, he didn't retreat. A powerful opponent brought about a life and death crisis. Under this kind of pressure, he could improve better. Chumu already felt that he had improved. That was the application of the 5 elements secret arts. The 5 elements secret arts cooperated with the 5 elements force fields. In addition, he could replace the 5 elements force fields with the 5 elements secret arts. Gradually, Chumu became more and more familiar with the alternating application of the 5 elements secret arts and the 5 elements force fields. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped something. As for Hezijian and the other 3, they were very shocked. Originally, they thought that with the 4 of them, it would be easy to capture the opponent. They didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so unexpected. They were shocked and had no choice but to give the order to kill. Under the full force of the attack, the opponent was still able to resist tenaciously. Although he showed signs of being at a disadvantage, he couldn't be killed. Occasionally, they would hit him and injure him, but for some unknown reason, he would quickly recover. That's right, starting from the 2nd nirvana, every nirvana after Chumu's nirvana, the life force in his flesh would become even stronger. The result was that his body would become even more vigorous. Light injuries would instantly heal, and even heavy injuries would quickly heal and be healed in a short period of time. Such a difficult opponent gave the 4 core disciples of the Skyblaze sect a headache. With the ability to heal quickly, Chumu was able to fight to his heart's content. The metal force field unfolded, and the golden sword light pierced through the air. The 5 elements' sharp metal sword's power was peerless. Immediately after, the metal force field switched to the water force field, and the 5 elements flowing water sword slashed out. When the 2 sword arts interchanged, they faintly had the effect of complementing each other. In the 5 elements, metal gave birth to water. The metal force field immediately switched to the water force field. If the timing of the switch was good enough, the water force field would be aided by the metal force field and become stronger. Naturally, the 5 elements flowing water sword would also be aided by the metal force field, and its power would increase by 30%. But at present, Chumu could only do so much. It was difficult for him to perform the 3rd sword, let alone the 4th or 5th sword. In his imagination, if he could perform the 5th sword, the power of the final sword would be extremely tyrannical. If he could perfectly master it, then its power would be unimaginable. The 4 core disciples of the Sky Blaze sect were Chumu's practice stones. He used them to hone his sword art and unknowingly improve it. Once again, he slashed out with his sword. The azure sword light was endless. It carried an extremely frightening might as it charged forward. Wave after wave, it was extremely powerful. The expressions of Hezijian and the others changed greatly. Only now did they realize that this opponent was not only extremely tenacious and difficult to deal with, but his strength had also increased compared to before. It was as if he was using the 4 of them as practice targets. When this thought popped up in their minds, the 4 immediately felt ashamed and angry. They were the core disciples of the Sky Blaze sect with high Nirvana realm cultivation, but they were being used as practice stones by a cultivator with a mere Nirvana realm cultivation base. The feelings in their hearts were extremely complicated. Water art, tidal explosion. Hezijian flew into a rage, out of humiliation. He ignored the consumption of his strength and performed the most tyrannical water art he had mastered so far. A rumbling sound resounded through the world. The entire sky seemed to be flooded by a vast ocean. Terrifying waves crazily rolled, as if they could destroy heaven and earth. The power was enough to make one tremble. Chumu's face changed. The power of this water technique was many times stronger than the previous technique, Great Waterfall Burial. I can't resist it. Chumu instantly judged. The power of this move was too tyrannical. It was like the fury of nature. In front of this move, his strength was not enough. The difference was too great. Unless he disregarded the price, but if he did that, he would be heavily injured. The gains did not make up for the losses. Chumu made the judgment in an instant. He quickly performed the fire force field and then unleashed the 5 elements raging flame sword. Immediately, the fire force field was switched to the earth force field. Fire gave birth to earth, and the earth force field was strengthened by 30%. The sword slashed out, and a heavy feeling was like a mountain descending. 5 elements thick earth sword. With the enhancement, the 5 elements thick earth sword's power was even stronger. The brown sword light turned into a thick earth, and like a mountain, it crashed into the terrifying tide. In the instant of the collision, the tide surged violently. The terrifying wave suddenly exploded, and the brown sword light shattered. The terrifying aftershock wreaked havoc in all directions. The area within 10,000 meters was completely enveloped. No one dared to approach. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chumu took out the flying ship and quickly entered it. He activated the flying ship, and without caring about the damage to the flying ship, he directly activated it to its maximum speed. With a boom, the void seemed to explode. The air within several hundred meters shook, turning into a vacuum. Previously, he didn't do this in the school because he didn't want to damage the school's buildings. Quickly leaving was much faster than using the flying heaven sword art. By the time Hezijian and the others noticed Chumu's departure, it was already 10 breaths later. With the flying ship's speed, it had already flown 100,000 meters away. "Chase!" Hezijian said gloomily. He took out the flying ship, and the 4 of them quickly chased after him. If such a terrifying monster escaped and grew up, it would be very disadvantageous for them. They had to kill him. Chapter 1332. The sky was clear, and the clouds were sparse. The sky was blue and deep. A flaming meteor streaked across the blue sky, leaving behind a dark red trail and thick smoke. With a boom, a figure flew out from the huge burning fireball. Another boom rang out, and the ground trembled as a huge fireball smashed into a mountain, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions, and everything within hundreds of thousands of meters was obliterated. Mountains and rocks were reduced to dust, and huge flames soared into the sky, seeming to burn down the sky. The rumbling tremors lasted for dozens of breaths before calming down. "What terrifying power!" Chumu said to himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he had left the flying ship in time. Otherwise, if the flying ship had crashed into the mountain and exploded, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. He was being chased by Hezijian and the other three's flying ship. Their flying ship was faster and had the ability to attack. Chumu controlled the flying ship to dodge, and he had no choice but to increase the speed of the flying ship to exceed the limit. As expected, he managed to shake them off. However, after a long time, the flying ship was also seriously damaged, resulting in the current situation. Li family, fire god sect. Silently muttering to himself. Chumu's lips curled into a sneer as his eyes flickered with a cold glint. He would remember that when he was strong enough, he would definitely take revenge. Suppressing this thought, Chumu flew in the direction of the explosion. Everything within 100,000 meters was charred black. He could still see black smoke rising in spirals. Chumu couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that his only flying ship was gone. The flying ship's speed was faster than his flying speed, and it didn't need to consume his own energy. Of course, it needed to consume the energy of his Yuan Dan. But no matter what, it was still a good thing to have a flying ship. After entering the mountain, Chumu scanned the area with his divine remembrance. Not long after, Chumu caught a weak aura fluctuation. That was a weak life force, a life force that was on the verge of death. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. With a flash, Chumu moved quickly and saw a person lying in a pool of blood. The person's body was covered in blood, and the blood was covered in ashes. It was impossible to see the person's original appearance. The weak aura of life came from this person. After pondering for a moment, Chumu approached the person. He opened his palm, and with a distance of 1/2 meter, he guided the life force of the wood form to turn it into a wisp of green. It spread out from his palm and shot towards the person on the ground. The green light entered the person's body, and the life force quickly spread out. The life force that was so weak that it was on the verge of extinction increased a little. His injuries are too severe. Chumu didn't attack again. This person's injuries were extremely severe. Unless he released a large amount of vitality, only then would he be able to heal some of his injuries and preserve his life. However, the price he had to pay was that the source of his wood aspect had been severely shrunk. It was impossible for Chumu to be so selfless towards a stranger who he didn't know was good or bad. It wasn't difficult to replenish the life force of the wood aspect, but it wasn't easy to replenish too much of it. This was one of the things he relied on in this strange world. "Why you?" The heavily injured person stuttered, gasping for breath. Seeing how the person was, Chumu took out a few pills and dissolved them with his sword origin. They turned into a strand of energy that flowed into the person's mouth and into his stomach. These were healing pills. After the pills were dissolved, the person was slightly replenished, and his life force seemed to have become slightly stronger. I'm the vice sect master of the true sword sect." The person stuttered. I can't make it. I don't care who you are. I beg you to give this to Elder Yunfeng of the true sword sect. I'll use all my savings as a reward." His voice was weak and stuttering. When he finally finished speaking, an irregular triangular object appeared in his hand. It seemed like the tip of a sword. The person handed over the triangular object that looked like the tip of a sword. As soon as Chumu touched it, it suddenly trembled. With a buzzing sound, it released a pure milky white luster that grew brighter and brighter. A surge of energy surged out of the heavily injured person. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock and excitement. You, the true sword sect's spiritual seal, sect master," as he stuttered. Perhaps because he was overly excited, his injuries flared up. His entire body suddenly trembled, and his body straightened. Immediately after, a mouthful of black blood spurted out from his open mouth, like an arrow. Soon after, he fell back stiffly. With a bang, he stopped moving, and his life force dissipated. He was dead. Chu Mu was stunned. "He's dead," Chu Mu muttered to himself, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. If he knew that this person was not supposed to die, and that he was only heavily injured and struck by the terrifying shockwave from the explosion of the flying ship, which aggravated his injuries to the point where he could not be healed, who knew what he would think? The triangular object in his hand still let out a milky white light. It radiated in bursts, and it contained a strange pulse of energy. The true sword sect! He looked at the glowing object in his hand before shifting his gaze to the mangled corpse on the ground. His mind spun rapidly, and his thoughts gradually cleared up. Regardless of what the true sword sect was, the person who had died was the so-called vice sect master of the true sword sect. Why had he died? Looking at how he was so heavily injured that he could not be healed, he had probably been beaten up by someone. He had managed to escape, but he had collapsed here because his injuries were too severe. Afterwards, he was discovered. The vice sect master knew that he could not be healed, and he knew that he did not have long to live. After seeing Jianqin, he placed a sliver of hope on him, which was to use all the savings in his space ring as a reward to entrust Jianqin with the glowing, milky white triangle to the people of the true sword sect. According to the vice sect master's agitated words before he died, this thing should be called the sword sect spiritual seal. It was likely that the sword sect spiritual seal was something very important to the true sword sect. It was probably a token. The sword sect spiritual seal. The sect master. Chu Mu gradually made sense of things. He had been present throughout the entire process. He could be said to have participated in it all, so he remembered all the changes very clearly. When the vice sect master of the true sword sect took out the sword sect spiritual seal, it did not glow. Only when Jianqin took it from him did the sword sect spiritual seal shudder and let out a continuous, milky white light. It was because the vice sect master saw this change that he suddenly became agitated. In the end, he said something that no one could understand. Afterwards, his injuries flared up due to excessive agitation, and he died. With just a few words, everything that had happened in a short amount of time was roughly deduced by Chu Mu with his great mental abilities. Could it be that the highest authority in the so-called true sword sect is only the vice sect master and not the sect master? Only those who have gained the recognition of the sword sect spiritual seal can become sect master? After making sense of things, a thought leapt into Chu Mu's head. After thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be a possibility. However, he smiled. Even if it was true, he didn't mind. He put the sword sect spirit seal into his portable pocket space, then took the man's spatial ring. Then he picked a spot and dug a hole. Then he placed the man's corpse into the hole and buried it. Using his fingers like a sword, he sliced through the air. A boulder that was as fragile as tofu was cut into the shape of a tombstone by Chu Mu. Using his fingers like a pen, he carved out a line of words on the tombstone. Tomb of the True Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master. Placing the tombstone in place, he could give the Vice Sect Master an explanation. After doing all this, only then did Chu Mu carefully inspect the Vice Sect Master's space ring. There were some pills, quite a few yuan cores, some swords, a few cultivation method manuals, some spiritual herbs, some metal ores, and so on. These things could be considered the normal reserves of every cultivator. However, some were more common and some were more precious. Chu Mu did not pay too much attention to these things. However, these things could be considered as a part of Chu Mu's reserves, causing his wealth to increase once again. In addition, Chu Mu also found some nirvana chi, but it was not much. It was not enough for him to undergo the fifth nirvana. Of course, there was still quite some time before the fifth nirvana. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the fourth heavenly layer, not the peak. Immediately afterwards, Chu Mu's eyes lit up. With a thought, a flying ship appeared out of thin air. It was the flying ship from the Vice Sect Master's space ring. This flying ship was about the same size as the previous one, but in terms of style, shape, and so on, it was much better. The entire flying ship was sword-shaped. It looked like a giant sword. The flying ship was not very spacious. It could barely accommodate 2 people, but it was very comfortable to accommodate 1 person. It was called the Giant Sword. After entering the Giant Sword and studying it for a while, Chu Mu mastered the piloting method of the Giant Sword. He activated the Giant Sword and it rose into the air. Then a virtual flame shot out from the tail. With a boom, the Giant Sword instantly shot out. Its speed was much faster than the previous shuttle-shaped flying ship. Chu Mu was sure that if it was at full speed, its speed would be much faster than the previous shuttle-shaped flying ship that exceeded its limit. If he had used this flying ship before, his Zijian and the other 3 would not have been able to catch up to him, let alone cause his flying ship to exceed its limit and be destroyed. Moreover, this giant sword flying ship actually had the ability to attack. It had 2 forms. One could shoot a ray of light from the front. It was very powerful. Chu Mu even deliberately tried it. With 1 shot, it could pierce through a mountain rock. Its penetrating power was very terrifying. Its attack power was probably something that even an 8th heavenly layer nirvana cultivator would not be able to resist. The second form of attack was to shoot out a ball of cannon fire. After hitting the target, it would explode and cause area damage. Chu Mu also tried it. The range of this attack was about 1,000 meters. Its power was weaker than the first form, but it could still threaten a 7th heavenly layer nirvana cultivator. No matter what form of attack it would consume energy every time. It was about the energy of 100 high-grade origin cores. Chapter 1333. A flying ship flew to a mountain and landed. A few people rushed out of the flying ship. Their robes were of the same style. Obviously, they were from the same faction. "Look around," the leader, an old man, said coldly. "Yes." Everyone immediately spread out and searched around. Not long after, they found the broken pieces left behind by the explosion of a flying ship. "Keep looking," the old man said coldly. After searching for a while, they found the grave. The grave of the true sword sect's vice sect master. The old man smiled sinisterly. "Dig it up and see if it's real." The grave was dug up and the corpse was taken out. After careful inspection, the old man smiled. "Fu Wensheng, no matter how you escape, you will still die in the end." Immediately, the old man's expression changed drastically, as if he had thought of something important. He scanned the corpse with his powerful divine sense very carefully. He did not miss anything inside or out. "It's gone, it's gone!" Although he had thought of it before, after careful inspection, the old man still found it hard to accept. "Damn Fu Wensheng! Even if he died, he still wanted to kill me," the old man said angrily. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force bombarded the corpse, causing it to shatter. "The sword sect's spiritual seal should be mine." The old man was furious. "No matter what, we must find it." Everyone immediately searched around, not letting go of any clues. In the end, they confirmed that someone had indeed been here and had left not long ago. It was very likely that this person had taken away the sword sect's spiritual seal. They could only confirm that it was a person. It was not easy to find the person, but the old man would definitely not give up because the sword sect's spiritual seal was very important. The wide road led to an unknown place. In the sky above the road, a figure was flying quickly. It was Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, he had flown hundreds of meters away, using the giant sword flying ship. The speed was indeed very fast, but the problem was that the energy consumption was also very fast. His inner core was being consumed like it was worthless. In addition, Chu Mu did not know where to go at the moment. Without a clear destination, he simply put away the flying ship and flew at a normal speed. This method was the most energy-conserving method. To him, it could be said that he did not consume any energy at all. At this moment, a few silhouettes appeared in front of them. Their speed was extremely fast, and they quickly flew over. They seemed to be in a sorry state. Following behind those silhouettes were close to 10 silhouettes. Their speed was also very fast. Furthermore, they were surging with killing intent. It would appear that they were pursuers. This was a play between the pursuer and the hunted. Although Chu Mu didn't know why he encountered this, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, he quickly changed his mind because his sensitive hearing had heard the other party's words. Although it was incomplete, Chu Mu was sure that he had indeed heard the words true sword sect. Since it was related to the true sword sect, Chu Mu had no choice but to interfere. Get out of the way. Seeing Chu Mu appear in front of them, the pursuers hurriedly shouted. However, there was nothing they could do. Chu Mu's goal was to stop them. With a slash of his sword light, golden light shone in the sky. It seemed to have cut off the sky, forcing the pursuers to stop. The golden sword light was too sharp. If they collided with it, they would definitely die. With this delay, the 9 people behind caught up and quickly surrounded them, including Chu Mu. Li Xiao, I've said it before. You won't be able to escape, sneered the leader of the pursuers. He was a one-eyed man. The pursuers did not say anything. Instead, they glared at Chu Mu viciously. They felt that it was because of Chu Mu's interception that they had been caught up and surrounded. Friend, thank you for stopping us. However, leave the rest to us. Back off so you don't get caught in the crossfire. You're disciples of the true sword sect? Chu Mu ignored them. Instead, he looked at the people he had stopped and asked, You've asked the right question. We're all disciples of the true sword sect. However, these people are traitors of the true sword sect, said the one-eyed man. Han Li, you're the traitors, Li Xiao said angrily. When the vice sect master returns, you'll regret it. How many vice sect masters are there in the true sword sect? Chu Mu asked. 1, someone replied. Chu Mu immediately understood. The person who had given him the true sword sect spirit seal was the only vice sect master of the true sword sect. Then, according to these people, the pursuers belonged to the vice sect master, while the pursuers were enemies. With the situation clear, Chu Mu naturally knew what to do. I'll give you a chance. Leave now. The further the better. Chu Mu looked at the one-eyed man and said indifferently. The 9 one-eyed men were stunned at first. Then they laughed. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being ruthless. The one-eyed man sneered. In his eyes, Chu Mu's aura wasn't strong. Combined with Chu Mu's appearance and his young age, he felt that Chu Mu's strength wasn't that strong. Moreover, there were 9 of them. The one-eyed man's cultivation was the highest at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. The other 8 were all at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. Seems like you won't listen to my advice, Chu Mu said indifferently. Then he pointed his finger like a sword and slashed through the void. The golden sword light was like a thread that circled around. In an instant, other than the one-eyed man who sensed danger and quickly dodged, the other 8 didn't have time. They all felt a pain in their necks. Then their vision turned dark because their heads were cut off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Their corpses fell, dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Chu Mu at a loss. The one-eyed man's face was filled with shock. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He didn't even draw his sword. He didn't even use any powerful sword technique. He actually killed 8 of his junior brothers. Each of them was at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. Suddenly, the one-eyed man burst out with all his speed. He didn't attack but ran away. However, since Chu Mu had made his move, he wouldn't let him run away. He pointed his sword finger. In an instant, a golden light pierced through the sky like a meteor. It penetrated the one-eyed man's head from the back and came out between his eyebrows. The one-eyed man widened his eyes in shock. His corpse fell. Li Xiao and the other 3 were trembling. Li Xiao's cultivation was the highest at the early 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. The other 3 were at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. Even the one-eyed man was killed in an instant, let alone them. Do you know where Elder Yunfeng is? Chu Mu stared at Li Xiao and asked slowly, Your vice sect leader asked me to pass on a message to him. Do you know our vice sect leader? Li Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he asked cautiously. I do. Chu Mu said. May I ask where our vice sect leader is? Li Xiao and the other 3 were excited. Take me to see Elder Yunfeng. Chu Mu said. Okay, I'll take you there. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and said. Chu Mu nodded and quickly left with Li Xiao and the other 3. However, before he left, he took all the interspatial rings from the 9 people he killed. Those were his spoils of war. Li Xiao and the other 3 led Chu Mu into a city. After several twists and turns in the streets, they came to an ordinary courtyard and knocked on the door. Chu Mu noticed the way Li Xiao knocked on the door. There was a certain pattern. It was obviously a secret signal. The door opened. Li Xiao and the other 3 entered first while Chu Mu waited outside. After a while, the door opened again. It was Li Xiao who led Chu Mu in. Sir, this is Elder Yunfeng. After leading Chu Mu inside, Li Xiao gestured to a middle-aged man with a small beard and introduced him. Elder Yunfeng exuded a scholarly aura. Sir, may I ask where our vice sect leader is now? Elder Yunfeng's eyes lit up as he asked. He's dead, Chu Mu said indifferently. Instantly, Elder Yunfeng and Li Xiao's eyes widened. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. They didn't know what to do. Sir, please don't joke. Elder Yunfeng reacted and said, I'm not joking. When I met your vice sect leader, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Chu Mu said, before he died, he asked me to bring the Sword Sect spiritual seal to you. Sword Sect spiritual seal. Chu Mu revealed another piece of shocking news. Li Xiao and Elder Yunfeng felt their minds in a mess. Sword Sect spiritual seal. Vice sect leader is dead after a long while. Elder Yunfeng forced himself to calm down. Although the vice sect leader's death was sad, when he thought about how he was hunted down and injured, he wasn't that surprised. Although the vice sect leader's death was a pity, the most important thing was that the Sword Sect spiritual seal wasn't lost. Instead, he was asked to bring it back. Sir, where's the Sword Sect spiritual seal? Elder Yunfeng asked excitedly. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but the vice sect leader's life couldn't be compared to the Sword Sect spiritual seal, because the vice sect leader represented one person, while the Sword Sect spiritual seal was the inheritance of the true Sword Sect. It was a symbol that represented everyone. It was clear which was more important. In Yunfeng's opinion, even his own life couldn't be compared to the Sword Sect spiritual seal. Chu Mu took out the Sword Sect spiritual seal. The moment the Sword Sect spiritual seal appeared in Chu Mu's hand, it immediately trembled and emitted a milky white light. Li Xiao and Yunfeng both stared blankly at the glowing Sword Sect spiritual seal, dumbfounded. Elder. Li Xiao stuttered. Sword Sect spiritual seal is glowing white. I know. Yunfeng also stuttered a little. Chu Mu handed the Sword Sect spiritual seal over. Unexpectedly, Yunfeng subconsciously took 3 steps back. When he reacted, he directly knelt down and shouted, Elder Yunfeng greets the sect leader. Disciple Li Xiao greets the sect leader. Li Xiao also reacted and immediately took a few steps back. After Elder Yunfeng, he knelt down before Chu Mu and shouted. Chu Mu was stunned. He realized that his previous guess was true. because the sword sect spiritual seal was glowing for some reason. He was recognized as the sect leader of the true sword sect. In other words, the sword sect spiritual seal had its own function. If one obtained its recognition, they could become the sect leader of the true sword sect. Chapter 1334. It's like forcing a duck onto a perch. Chumu looked at the group of people kneeling down and shouting, "Greetings, sect master," and was speechless. His first reaction was to refuse because he wasn't from the deep blue world. He only came here to complete the mission given by the heavenly sword hull. The second reason was that he didn't want to spend his time on the management of the sect. Another thought popped up. If he wanted to find the location of the world spirit, it would be very difficult to do it alone. After all, a person's strength was limited. However, if he had the help of others, especially the help of a force, it would undoubtedly be much faster. Therefore, Chumu was thinking, weighing the pros and cons, "You all can stand up first. Elder Yunfeng, let's talk." Chumu said. The others retreated. Only Chumu and Elder Yunfeng stayed behind. "Sect Master, please speak." Elder Yunfeng was very respectful to Chumu. However, Chumu knew that it was because he made the heavenly sword sect spirit seal emit a white light. "Give me a detailed introduction of the true sword sect." Chumu said he didn't know much about the sects and forces in the deep blue world. He didn't know what kind of sect the true sword sect was. Sect leader, our true sword sect has a long history. It's said that we have tens of thousands of years of history. Elder Yunfeng immediately began to introduce the true sword sect in detail. What he said at the beginning was a saying that had been passed down from generation to generation in the true sword sect, and how awesome the true sword sect was in the past. Chumu didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. According to Elder Yunfeng, a long, long time ago, who knew how long ago, the true sword sect had another name, the True God Sword Sect. True God Sword Sect. Chumu was very surprised when he heard it. This name was much more impressive than the True Sword Sect. Then, Chumu heard another piece of news that shocked him. The reason why the True God Sword Sect was called that was because the founder of the Sword Sect was a sword god. Sword god, a supreme existence. The founder of the True God Sword Sect was actually a sword god. It's just a legend. Whether it's true or not, there's no way to verify it. Elder Yunfeng said. Indeed, it had been many, many years since a sword god had appeared in the 4 great star fields of the human race. In this deep blue world, a sword god probably didn't exist either. If the founder of the True God Sword Sect was a sword god, it was enough to show that the True God Sword Sect had a long history that could be traced back to before the fall of the gods. No one knew when it started, but the True God Sword Sect changed its name to the True Sword Sect. It refused to accept its past glory and declined. The current True Sword Sect had already fallen to a certain extent. The True Sword Sect was a sect that specialized in swordsmanship and never touched upon magical arts. This was the sect's rule. Thus, when the True Sword Sect selected disciples, they only looked at their talent in swordsmanship and never cared about magical arts. Cultivate in the sword, be proficient in the sword, and be sincere in the sword. This was the motto of the True Sword Sect. Until now, the True Sword Sect had also had a sect master. However, it had been hundreds of years since his fall, and no sect master had appeared. Usually, there would only be a vice sect master in charge of the True Sword Sect's affairs. This was because the True Sword Sect had a saying that only those who could make the Sword Sect spirit seal react and emit a milky white light were qualified to become the sect master of the True Sword Sect. In the past, there were people in the True Sword Sect who had proposed a reform. The Sword Sect couldn't be without a leader. However, they were all rejected by the Sword Sect's supreme elders. This time, the reason why there was a rebellion was because the supreme elders had made a decision. The person who held the Sword Sect spirit seal could become the acting sect master of the True Sword Sect. To a certain extent, the the acting sect master was superior to the vice sect master. First, one could become the acting sect master. Then, one could become the sect master. It was also because of this that the True Sword sect had internal strife. Great Elder Yin Yi was not satisfied with the position of elder. He wanted to be the sect master. He had to start from the acting sect master. Thus, he started the rebellion. Is the sword sect spirit seal just a symbol of the sect master? After understanding the whole story, Chu Mu asked again. It's not just a symbol. It said that it also contains a great secret, Elder Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. Elder Yunfeng said. Soon after, he bitterly smiled and continued. However, none of the past sect leaders managed to unravel the secret of the sword sect spirit seal. As time passed, they no longer cared about it. The sword sect spirit seal is more of a symbol of status. Chu Mu could not help but think, if what Elder Yunfeng said was true, then the sword sect spirit seal was a great treasure left behind from the era before the gods had fallen. In that case, the secret it contained would undoubtedly be extremely shocking. Speaking of which, Chu Mu was extremely curious about the era before the gods had fallen. He had a great desire to investigate it. However, there was just far too little information about the era before the gods had fallen. It could even be said that there was a gap. After the gap, there was basically no information about the battle of the gods. It was only a guess that the gods had fallen because of the battle between the gods. As for the truth, many people had been trying to verify it, but they had been unable to find anything. Of course, there were also a few scholars who specialized in the battle of the gods. Perhaps they knew even more, but they did not publicize it. The sword sect spirit seal was something that had been passed down from the era of the gods. Just this fact alone made its value immeasurable, not to mention that it might contain great secrets. I can take on the role of sect master, but I probably won't have much time to manage it, said Chu Mu. The sect has its rules. The sect master doesn't really need to manage it, said Elder Yunfeng happily. Although the sword sect spirit seal had reacted, it would be pointless if Chu Mu did not agree. Chu Mu nodded. Sect master, since that's the case, let's head to the sword sect right now and see the group of great elders. We'll decide on the position of sect master so that nothing unexpected happens, said Elder Yunfeng. Yunfeng and Chu Mu quickly left this place, leaving the others behind for the time being. The True Sword sect was located in ancient Beast Mountain. Speaking of which, the once glorious True Sword sect was now living in a small mountain like ancient Beast Mountain. It was really depressing. However, the current True Sword sect was no longer as glorious as before. The dead Vice sect master was only at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. Great Elder Yin Yi was only at the peak of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. As for second Elder Yunfeng, his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. As for the elders of the group of great elders, they were all at the eternal realm. There were only 7 of them, but each of them was a sword saint. Speaking of which, the overall strength of the True Sword sect was stronger than the Li family, but it could not be compared to the Skyblaze sect. However, Chu Mu's idea of taking on the role of sect master was to use the disciples of the True Sword sect to gather information. He did not plan to use the True Sword sect to fight against other forces. The True Sword sect of ancient Beast Mountain had already been occupied by Elder Yun Yi and the others. Chu Mu and Yunfeng's arrival was like entering the mouth of a pack of wolves. However, the great elders were also cultivating in seclusion in the ancient Beast Mountain, so they had no choice but to come. The elders and disciples who belonged to the Vice sect masters group had all left, leaving only the disciples under Elder Yun Yi. When Chu Mu and Yunfeng arrived, they were surrounded. Fighting was inevitable, but they could not kill because these people were all disciples of the True Sword sect. Fortunately, Chu Mu and Yunfeng's strength was extraordinary, so defeating these disciples was a piece of cake. Yunfeng also took the opportunity to observe Chu Mu's strength. He found that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was exquisite, and even he could not compare to it. He was amazed. Yun Feng, you still dare to come here? Yun He, the third elder, said coldly. He belonged to Great Elder Yun Yi's group. Yun He, come and greet the sect master, Yun Feng said. Yun Feng, are you stupid? Where did it come from? Just as he was mocking, Yun He's eyes suddenly widened. He stared blankly at the glowing sword sect spirit seal in Chumu's hand and spat out 2 words with difficulty. Sect master, did you see that, Yun He? The sword sect spirit seal has chosen its master. Yun Feng smiled and said, Yun Yi's rebellion ends here. He will receive the punishment he deserves. Impossible. This is fake. Yun, he could not accept it for a moment. Speaking of which, although he belonged to Great Elder Yun Yi's group, he did not have any thoughts of rebelling. However, he thought that the sword sect could not be without a master for a long time. Look at how the true sword sect had declined over the past few hundred years. The reason why he supported Yun Yi was because Yun Yi himself was quite capable. As long as the true sword sect could develop, he would support it. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we ask the great elders to verify it, Yun Feng said. Yun He's expression changed back and forth. Yun He, we're all working hard for the development of the true sword sect. It's only because of different ideals that there's a conflict. But now, the sword sect spirit seal has chosen its master. Our true sword sect has a sect master. For the sword sect, it's definitely a good thing. Yun Feng understood Yun He and said, I hope you're not lying to me. Yun He thought for a moment and glanced at Chumu. With Elder Yun He leading the way, Chumu and Elder Yun Feng did not encounter any obstruction. In fact, the true sword sect had a 4th elder, but he had died in this rebellion. Within the true sword sect, the great elders had a lofty status. Usually, only the vice sect master could contact the great elders. However, the vice sect master had died, so the elders had the right to contact him. This was especially so when it was related to something as important as the sword sect spirit seal choosing its master and sect master. The 7 great elders of the Great Elder Group actually had a division of labor. They took turns to be on duty. One of them would maintain a certain level of contact with the vice sect master or elder of the true sword sect, so they would not enter complete seclusion. The other 6 would enter complete seclusion. They would only be called out when it concerned the life or death of the true sword sect. This time, it was the 6th great elder's turn to be on duty. After receiving the news, he was stunned at first. He did not immediately summon the other great elders. Instead, he came out of seclusion first to confirm the truth of the matter. If it was true, it would not be too late to summon the other 6 great elders. Who told the sword sect spirit seal to choose its master? Before the 6th great elder had even appeared, a tremendous presence arrived first, causing everyone's expressions to change. Afterwards, his voice quickly rang out in everyone's ears. Chapter 1335. With a whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. It was an old man in a white robe. The powerful aura was coming from this old man. The 6th Grand Elder. There was no need for him to repeat himself. Chu Mu took out the sword sect spiritual seal again. As soon as the sword sect spiritual seal appeared in Chu Mu's hand, it trembled and emitted a milky white light. The 6th Grand Elder's spiritual power poured out and covered the sword sect spiritual seal in Chu Mu's hand. He immediately looked excited. It's the real sword sect spiritual seal. The spiritual seal has chosen its master. The 6th Grand Elder said happily. Elder Yun Feng, who was beside him, was full of smiles. Yun He's expression was complicated. The 6th Grand Elder looked at Chu Mu with eyes full of excitement. Then he disappeared with a whoosh and summoned the other Grand Elders. Chu Mu put away the sword sect spiritual seal. The Grand Elders had not appeared yet, but a person came that surprised everyone. Yun Feng, how dare you come here again? Yun Yi's cold eyes fell on Yun Feng's face. Fu Wensheng is dead. Now I'll give you a chance to surrender to me. Yun Yi, you won't be able to laugh soon, Yun Feng said with a cold smile. Yun He, take Yun Feng down. Yun Yi looked at Yun He and scolded. Yun He frowned slightly. A trace of impatience flashed in his eyes, but he ignored Yun Yi. Yun Yi's face was gloomy. His gaze fell on Chu Mu. Who are you? At this moment, Yun Yi gave off the feeling of a mad dog that would bite anyone caught. Chu Mu did not answer. He would not expose the sword sect spiritual seal. Men, take them down. Yun Yi was angry. With a wave of his hand, the Nirvana Realm swordsman standing behind him immediately moved and surrounded Chu Mu and the others. I advise you not to act rashly because the Grand Elders will be here soon, Yun Feng said calmly, not caring at all about being surrounded. That's good. I'll take you down and let the Supreme Elders decide. Yun Shao was very surprised that the Supreme Elders would appear, but he still said it. Give it a try then. As he spoke, Yun Feng placed his sword light horizontally in front of him. The cold sword light flowed like water, and a desolate aura instantly filled the entire hall. Yun He thought for a moment and also pulled out his sword. He stood on the other side of Chu Mu and used his actions to express his position. He was not stupid. Chu Mu's sword sect spirit seal had been confirmed by the 6th Supreme Elder, and it was real. In that case, Chu Mu would most likely become the sect master, and if he did not stand on the sect master side at this time, he would be looking for trouble for himself. Not to mention that his original intention was for the development of the real sword sect. Yun He, what do you mean by this? Yun Yi was stunned and became even angrier. He did not understand what had happened. Yun Feng, who had fled for his life, had actually appeared here, and Yun He, who belonged to his faction, had actually drawn his sword against him. When the Grand Elders arrive, you will understand, Yun He said coldly. Good, good, good. Yun Yi was even angrier now. He pulled out his sword, and a tyrannical aura surged. It belonged to the peak of the 8th sky of Nirvana Realm and poured out. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his long robe fluttered. The aura overflowed, and the air was cut, making swishing sounds. It had to be said that, judging from the aura that was emitted, Yun Yi's strength was very strong, and his attainments in swordsmanship were probably not low. A faint silver light appeared on the sword in Yun Yi's hand. It was sword energy, but it was only at the 1st level. From this point of view, Yun Yi was a swordsman. Swords were drawn, and a desolate aura filled the surroundings, making people tremble. Yun Feng and Yun He both looked serious. They knew Yun Yi's strength. He was very strong, and he had mastered sword energy. He was not someone they could fight against. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be Yun Yi's opponent at all. Now, they could only hope that the Grand Elders would arrive soon. Yun Yi walked over step by step, bringing great pressure to Yun He and Yun Feng. The two of them stood in front of Chu Mu, ready to resist Yun Yi. Although they knew that they were not Yun Yi's opponent, it should not be difficult to delay him for a while. Sword light flashed, and Yun Yi launched an attack. His tyrannical swordsmanship was mighty, and Yun Feng and Yun He also quickly displayed their swordsmanship to resist Yun Yi's swordsmanship. With one sword, the two of them were forced back a little. Capture him. Yun Yi saw Yun Feng and Yun He protecting Chu Mu, and immediately ordered the others. Immediately, the swordsmen of the middle level of Nirvana Realm attacked Chu Mu, intending to capture Chu Mu. Yun Feng and Yun He's faces changed. They wanted to repel those people, but Yun Yi attacked again, making it impossible for Yun Feng and Yun He to separate. At this moment, Chu Mu struck out with his sword light. It was as if the lightning in the sky had cut off the thunder. Under the sword, the attacking swordsmen of the middle level of Nirvana Realm were unable to resist and were all sent flying. In terms of cultivation, these people were not inferior to Chu Mu, and were even above Chu Mu. But in terms of strength, they were far from being comparable. This scene immediately made Yun Yi stop and shocked Yun Feng and Yun He. "Who are you?" Yun Yi's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a low voice. A cultivator of the early level of Nirvana realm was able to repel several people of higher cultivation with one sword. This did not make sense. "Don't worry, you will know soon," Chu Mu said lightly. Yun Feng and Yun He were overjoyed. They had never thought that the sect leader who had been recognized by the sword sect spirit seal, although his cultivation was not very high, his strength was amazing. It was no problem for him to fight above his level. The more outstanding the sect leader was, the more advantageous it was for the true sword sect. Yun Yi's face became even gloomier. He could kill Yun Feng and Yun He, but it would take time. The stranger was very strong, and it seemed difficult for his disciples to deal with him. For a moment, there was a stalemate. At that moment, powerful auras appeared one after another, startling everyone. Following that, 7 figures appeared one after another, and there were 7 of them, supreme elders. Yun Yi was shocked. He had heard that the supreme elders would appear, but he did not expect there to be 7 of them. He was completely confused. Yun Feng greets the 7 supreme elders. Yun He greets the 7 supreme elders. Where is the sword sect spirit seal? The first supreme elder spoke first, and his tone was a little excited. Yun Yi was stunned. The sword sect spirit seal? At this moment, Chu Mu took out the sword sect spirit seal again, and it also emitted a milky white light. The 7 supreme elders immediately surrounded Chu Mu. They all stared at the sword sect spirit seal in Chu Mu's hand, and their expressions became more and more excited. Good, good, good. The spirit seal really chooses its master. Great. After hundreds of years, our true sword sect has a new sect leader. The supreme elder's words and the ball of light in Chu Mu's hand shocked Yun Yi and his disciples. Impossible. How could the sword sect spirit seal be in the hands of a stranger? It must be fake. Yun Yi went crazy. He had tried all kinds of methods, but could not get the sword sect spirit seal, and it was in the hands of a stranger. He directly attacked Chu Mu. The sword light was sharp and fierce, and it looked like he wanted to kill Chu Mu. However, the supreme elders were here, and he could not be presumptuous. With a bang, Yun Yi flew out at an even faster speed. He spat out blood and landed dozens of meters away, unable to get up for a while. "Take him down," a Taishang elder ordered. Yun Fenghe moved and captured the injured Yun Xiao. The situation changed very quickly, and Yun Yi became a prisoner in an instant. After the confirmation of the 7 supreme elders, it was indeed the sword sect spirit seal, and Chu Mu had indeed made the sword sect spirit seal react and choose its master. In other words, from now on, Chu Mu was the sect leader of the true sword sect. However, the status of the 7 supreme elders was extraordinary, and they were not inferior to the sect leader. Therefore, they did not need to kneel to Chu Mu. Yun Yi was first taken away and locked up. Yun Feng quickly left to bring Li Xiao and the other disciples back. Yun He also took care of the other disciples in the true sword sect. The whole sect was mobilized because the emergence of a new sect leader was a big event. However, this was a matter of the true sword sect, so the true sword sect did not publicize it with great fanfare. They only held a celebration within the sect, and almost all the disciples of the true sword sect were present. In the sect celebration, Chu Mu sat on the seat of the sect leader. As for the 7 supreme elders, they were hidden behind the scenes and did not appear in front of the public. Below them were the 2 supreme elders, Yun Feng and Yun He. Speaking of which, the true sword sect originally had a vice sect leader and 4 supreme elders. Now that the vice sect leader was dead, the 4th supreme elder was also dead, and the 1st supreme elder Yun Yi was imprisoned. Only the 2nd supreme elder Yun Feng and the 3rd supreme elder Yun He were left. As for the disciples of the true sword sect, many of them had died in this rebellion. The number of people that were not very prosperous to begin with had decreased by a large amount. The disciples were divided into 4 levels. The lowest were the registered disciples, followed by the official disciples, followed by the elite disciples, and the highest were the core disciples. Among them, the registered disciples had the lowest status and could not be considered as the official disciples of the True Sword sect. Therefore, there were more of them, and their cultivation was below the origin realm. Because of their lowest status, they could not be considered as the official disciples of the True Sword sect. Therefore, they were not qualified to participate in this sect celebration. The official disciples' cultivation was at the origin realm, and they had to be proficient in at least 1 yellow level sword technique. The sword techniques in the deep blue world were divided into low level, mid-level, and high level. Above that were yellow level, profound level, earth level, and heaven level. The yellow level, profound level, earth level, and heaven level were the same as the ancient god realm's 4 major human starfields. The deep blue world's sword techniques were not as prosperous. Therefore, the yellow level, profound level, earth level, and heaven level sword techniques could not be compared to the 4 major human starfields. The elite disciples' cultivation was at the god congealing realm, and they had to be proficient in at least 2 yellow level sword techniques and 1 profound level sword technique. The core disciples' cultivation was at the nirvana realm, and they had to be proficient in at least 4 yellow level sword techniques, 2 profound level sword techniques, and 1 earth level sword technique. Currently, there were not many core disciples in the True Sword sect. There were only 26 of them left. There were more elite disciples, about 100 of them, and over 300 official disciples. Most of them had died in this rebellion, which was a sad thing. Bring Yun-Yi here. At the end of the celebration, Chu-Mu gave the order to start dealing with Yun-Yi. It was because of his rebellion that a large number of the True Sword sect disciples had died. Chapter 1336. Although the True Sword sect had declined, it was once a glorious and powerful sect. There were strict branches within it. Sect Masters Peak, Punishment Hall, Wind Heart Hall, Tao Teaching Peak, Sword Crafting Valley, Treasure Pill Pavilion, and so on. There were also some exclusive peaks for elite disciples, as well as official disciples. As for the in-name disciples, they were all arranged in a huge valley at the foot of the ancient Beast Mountain. The 3rd Elder Yun, he was the Punishment Elder of Punishment Hall, while the 2nd Elder Yun Feng was the Elder Feng Xian of the Wind Heart Hall. As for the Great Elder Yun-Yi, he was previously in charge of the Tao Teaching Peak. The dead 4th Elder was in charge of the Sword Crafting Valley. As for the Treasure Pill Pavilion, there was currently no pavilion master. Great Elder Yun-Yi's betrayal had led to the deaths of many disciples of the True Sword sect, as well as the deaths of the 4th Elder and the Vice Sect Master. He had committed a heinous crime, and according to the laws of the True Sword sect, he should be sentenced to death. Under the gazes of Chu-Mu and the 7 Supreme Elders, in front of Elder Yun Feng and all the True Sword sect disciples, the Punishment Elder, who was also the 2nd Elder of the sect, Yun-He personally attacked. The sword aura sliced through the clouds. The sword Chi's death, by 1,000 cuts, was done while the person was still conscious. That kind of pain was unimaginable. Yun-Yi's screams were endless. The whole process lasted for a full hour before it ended. After it ended, Yun-Yi died. There was a look of relief on his face. Chu-Mu was secretly speechless. The other disciples all had solemn expressions and even fear. This made everyone even more aware that they must not violate the sect rules, or else their fates would be very miserable. There were many things waiting to be done. The current True Sword sect had experienced a rebellion and suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the rebellion had ended here, and the True Sword sect had also produced a true sect master, no longer a headless dragon. At the beginning, although Chu-Mu said he wouldn't spend much time on the management of the sect, there were many things waiting to be done. Since he was the sect master, he more or less had to put in some effort. It was natural for him to be in his position and manage the affairs of the sect. However, management wasn't Chu Mu's forte. He had to ask the 7 supreme elders for guidance. A sect master only appeared every few hundred years, and although this sect master's cultivation wasn't high, his talent and potential were shocking. The 7 supreme elders didn't go into seclusion for the time being. Instead, they stayed behind to manage the sect's affairs and give advice. After several discussions with the 7 supreme elders, they finally made a temporary decision. Yun He was still in charge of the punishment hall. Yin Feng was still in charge of the Wind Heart Hall. And as for the Tao Teaching Summit, it was temporarily under the control of the 7th Great Elder. The Sword Crafting Valley was temporarily under the control of the 5th Great Elder. And the Treasure Pill Pavilion was temporarily under the control of the 3rd Great Elder. The other 4 Grand Elders had nothing to do for the time being and planned to go into seclusion again. I wonder if the Supreme Elders have heard of the 18 Divine Pearls? Chu Mu asked. 18 Divine Pearls? The 4 Grand Elders pondered for a moment before shaking their heads. Chu Mu couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. The True Sword Sect's 7 Grand Elders had the highest cultivation base at the 6th heaven stage, while the lowest was at the 2nd heaven stage. Since they didn't know, Chu Mu didn't know where to start looking. Regarding this, you can ask Third Brother. He is the most knowledgeable among the 7 of us. The first Supreme Elder said. The 4 Grand Elders left to go into seclusion, while Chu Mu went to find the 3rd Supreme Elder to ask about the 18 Divine Pearls. 18 Divine Pearls. The 3rd Supreme Elder fell into deep thought, as if he was recalling something. He had lived for hundreds of years, and with his personality and hobbies, he had seen a lot of things and had grasped a lot of knowledge. After a long while, the 3rd Supreme Elder said, I seem to have heard of the 18 Divine Pearls. I forgot where I heard of it. Elder, do you still remember the content? Chu Mu was slightly excited. The 18 Divine Pearls are related to the secrets of this world. The 3rd Supreme Elder said, however, it has been dozens of years, so I can't remember the specific content right now. Let me take some time to think about it before telling the sect master. Thank you, Elder. Chu Mu said, At this point, the True Sword Sect could be considered to have stabilized. Although they had a sect master, it was extremely difficult for them to develop or even regain their glory. Without sufficient time and resources, it was impossible to do so. Fortunately, the presence of the sect master was equivalent to having a spiritual symbol, which was more cohesive. The True Sword Sect was revitalized. Within the True Sword Sect, there were all kinds of rumors about the new sect master. What they were most concerned about was the strength of the new sect master. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. If one's strength was not enough, it would be difficult to convince people from the bottom of their hearts with the title of sect master. That day, under Yun Yi's order, the few mid-level Nirvana disciples who attacked Chu Mu were all core disciples, and they were even ranked in the top 10. According to them, they were defeated by the sect master with a single sword strike. Other than being surprised, they were even more curious about the sect master's strength. With the cultivation of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm, he was able to defeat the siege of several mid-level Nirvana realm martial artists with a single sword strike. This strength was very powerful. However, after all, they had only heard about it and had not seen it with their own eyes. Many people still had doubts. Even those who had personally experienced it were not so sure. After all, they had only attacked once, and it was not their full strength. Chu Mu did not know what the disciples were thinking. Even if he knew, he would not purposely take action to prove anything. He ordered Elder Yin Feng's Wind Heart Hall to collect information related to the 18 Divine Pearls. For example, the law enforcement disciples of the Punishment Hall were selected from the core disciples, elite disciples, and official disciples. They were fair, and those who were strong had a chance to be selected. The disciples of the Wind Heart Hall were also selected from the 3 great disciples. However, The requirements were that they were nimble, intelligent, and fast. The Tao Teaching Peak was the place where cultivation techniques and sword techniques were taught. The existence of the Sword Crafting Valley was to forge swords and forge swords. On one hand, it was to supply the true sword sect, and on the other hand, it was to sell them to the outside world to obtain the daily expenses of the sect. After all, there were a lot of disciples, and they could not let these disciples grow their own vegetables and so on. It was the same for the treasure pill pavilion. In theory, a portion of the pills refined were for the sect's needs, while the other portion would be sold to the outside world. Of course, the swords and pills that the sect needed were not obtained for free, and they required certain conditions. Relatively speaking, the Sword Crafting Valley was much more prosperous than the Treasure Pill Pavilion. The true sword sect was actually not good at alchemy. The quality of the pills was usually not high, and the level of the alchemist was also relatively low. The supply of pills could not be satisfied by just the sect, let alone be sold to the outside world. On the other hand, the quality of the swords in the Sword Crafting Valley was not bad, and the production was not bad. Chu Mu had a detailed understanding of the various aspects of the true sword sect, and could not help but shake his head. The sale of a portion of the swords in the Sword Crafting Valley was the largest source of income for the true sword sect. Other than that, there was not much other income. With just this kind of income, it would be a little difficult to maintain the expenses of a sect, let alone develop it. Rubbing his temples, Chu Mu could not help but feel a headache coming on. His perception was extremely strong, and it was not difficult for him to comprehend cultivation techniques, sword techniques, and so on. However, it was a headache for him to manage the sect and think about how to develop it. No matter what, the most important thing now was to first solve the source of income. Without enough income, it would be difficult to develop. Looks like I'll start with the swords and pills first. Chu Mu thought, if the swords and pills were done well, they would be able to make a huge profit. Right now, the Sword Crafting Valley was temporarily under the charge of the 5th Supreme Elder. In terms of sword forging, he had pretty good attainments, and in fact, a long time ago, he had also held the position of Sword Crafting Valley's Sword Crafting Elder. As for the 3rd Supreme Elder, who was temporarily in charge of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, although he had never been an elder of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, he was knowledgeable and involved in all aspects. In terms of pills, he had some attainments and was currently qualified to be the Treasure Pill Pavilion's Treasure Pill Elder. Chu Mu was also at ease as he handed over the Sword Crafting Valley and the Treasure Pill Pavilion to the 2 very high elders. He only gave them some instructions and allowed them to develop freely, so as to earn more benefits for the sect. However, it was impossible for the very high elder to hold the position for a long time. It was only temporary, and he still needed to nurture or find a suitable candidate. This was another problem. In addition, the External Affairs Hall, which was in charge of external affairs, had not been completed. They lacked personnel and elders. The current True Sword sect did not need the External Affairs Hall for the time being, but if they wanted to develop, the External Affairs Hall was indispensable. Only after coming into contact with it did Chu Mu understand that there were too many things that needed to be considered. There were too many twists and turns. It was not easy to be a sect master. It was even harder to be a qualified sect master, and it was even harder to be an outstanding sect master. Chu Mu returned to his room after putting down this troublesome matter for the time being. As the sect master of the true sword sect, he naturally had his own residence. It was located at the top of the sect master's peak in the ancient Beast Mountain. Currently, there was no one in charge of Chu Mu's daily life. Sitting on a chair in the bedroom, Chu Mu took out the sword sect spirit seal. As the symbol of his identity as the sect master of the true sword sect, it was defined as something that contained a great secret. Chu Mu was wondering if he could unravel the secret within. It was said that the secret contained within the sword sect spirit seal had been unraveled by many generations of sect masters, but no one had been able to unravel it. He wondered if Chu Mu could be the first. The moment the sword sect spirit seal appeared, it immediately emitted a milky white light. Chu Mu placed the sword sect spirit seal on his palm and stared at it without blinking, as if he wanted to see through the sword sect spirit seal. From the moment he obtained the sword sect spirit seal until now, he had finally calmed down and carefully examined it. His sharp gaze pierced through the milky white light and saw the spirit seal itself. However, he was unable to see through it. It was a complete entity without any gaps. He released the power of his divine sense, which enveloped the sword sect spirit seal through the milky white light. He carefully examined it, but he found nothing. However, Chu Mu did not give up. He was determined to unravel the secret contained within the sword sect spirit seal. Perhaps this secret was related to the world spirit. Chapter 1337. The power of spiritual sense, sword force, the power of laws, and so on. Chu Mu tried them one by one. Suddenly, the sword sect spirit seal trembled, and the milky white light instantly became incomparably dense, like a scorching sun. The light directly covered Chu Mu. When he reacted, Chu Mu found himself in an unknown place, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Looking around, all he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness. He tried to spread out his spiritual sense, but found that there was no spiritual sense. At this moment, the white haze in the surroundings quickly receded, revealing the greenish-gray ground. It was made of stone slabs. The white haze continued to recede, revealing more and more scenery. There were fake mountains, pavilions, lakes, flowers. This was a courtyard, a very large courtyard. However, Chu Mu felt that this courtyard had a simple and unadorned aura, as if it was a courtyard from a very, very long time ago. In the entire large courtyard, there was no one besides him. Suddenly, Chu Mu was shocked. There was an extra person in the empty pavilion. Chu Mu thought it was an illusion and rubbed his eyes. There was indeed an extra person. The white robe fluttered, and there was an indescribable demeanor. When Chu Mu stared at the white-robed man seemed to feel it and slowly turned his head. Chu Mu's body suddenly trembled, and his pupils shrank. He didn't know why it was like this. It was a natural reaction. The white-robed man's appearance was indescribable. It was as if he could see clearly at a glance, but it was also very blurry. It was as if there was a mysterious power that blocked Chu Mu's vision, making him unable to remember. "What's your name?" The white-robed man stood up and walked step by step towards Chu Mu. His voice was calm, but it contained a unique magic. "Chu Mu." Chu Mu didn't think at all and directly answered. Then he was shocked to find that things seemed to be out of control, and became more vigilant. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you." The white-clothed man stopped and stood at the exit of the pavilion. He looked at Chu Mu and said, "It has been a long time since anyone has come here. Who are you?" Although the other party said so, Chu Mu still did not let his guard down. Instead, he asked back, You can call me by Ling." The white-robed man's tone was still unhurried. "What's your question? Ask away. Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I here?" Chu Mu asked 3 questions in a row. "This is the interior of the sword sect's spiritual seal, and I am the spiritual seal spirit. As for why you are here, you should know." A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. The interior of the sword sect's spirit seal. Chu Mu was immediately stunned. "So, I've cracked the secret of the spirit seal?" "No, you've only just discovered the secret of the spiritual seal. You haven't solved it yet," Bai Ling replied. The mysterious spiritual seal's spirit seal, Bai Ling, seemed to be very patient. It seemed that he had not talked to anyone for a long time. Therefore, he would give answers to most of Chu Mu's questions. Chu Mu gradually understood the current situation through the conversation. For example, he did not enter this place with his real body, but with the power of his divine thought. Therefore, he could not release the power of his divine thought. As for why he entered this place, it was because he had mastered sword force to a certain extent. In addition, he had a stronger soul than ordinary people. He had met all the requirements to be qualified to crack the secret of the sword sect's spiritual seal. Chu Mu had mastered level 7 sword force. His soul was far stronger than other swordsmen of the same level. It could be said that even some sword saints of the eternal realm might not be stronger than Chu Mu's soul. Under all these conditions and restrictions, the secret of the sword sect's spiritual seal was difficult to crack. Over time, it became a legend. It was difficult enough to make the sword sect's spiritual seal choose its master. The difficulty of cracking the secret was 10 times or 100 times more difficult than choosing a master. That was why Bai Ling said that no one had entered this place for a long time. It was also because no one had entered this place for a long time that they chatted so much. Senior Bai Ling, was the sword sect's spiritual seal really left behind by the sword god? Chu Mu, who was already sitting in the pavilion with Bai Ling, asked another question. What do you think? Bai Ling's face revealed a hint of ridicule. I don't know, Chu Mu said. You will know in the future. Bai Ling did not answer directly, so Chu Mu could not be sure. In front of Bai Ling, he always felt like a junior. He had never felt this way even when facing the Grand Hall Master of the Sword God Hall. Therefore, in front of Bai Ling, Chu Mu would unconsciously feel restrained. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still a child and asked his master for advice. There was no sense of abruptness. According to the rules set by Master, you must pass the test to truly unlock the secret of the sword sect's spiritual seal, Bai Ling said as the topic gradually shifted to the secret of the sword sect's spiritual seal. Senior Bai Ling, what test is it? Chu Mu was curious. Do you want to start the test now? Bai Ling did not answer. Instead, she asked a question. Okay. Chu Mu did not hesitate at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ling disappeared. Immediately after, the pavilion, fake mountains, flowers, and so on also rapidly disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of white. Just as Chu Mu was feeling surprised, a figure appeared in the vast expanse of white before him. From a blur, it walked over step by step, slowly becoming clear. The surrounding scenery changed, and there were thousands of willow trees. It was a white-clothed person. At first glance, Chu Mu thought it was Bai Ling, but after a second glance, he discovered that it was not Bai Ling. It just looked a little like Bai Ling. I am the challenger of the first test. If you defeat me, you can enter the second test. The white-clothed person who looked a little like Bai Ling said coldly with a sharp gaze. He drew his sword and pointed the tip of the sword. Chu Mu's mind moved, and a sword appeared in his hand. The white-clothed person's hand trembled, and the sharp sword turned into many sword light, attacking from all directions. How exquisite! Chu Mu was shocked. The opponent's sword had an indescribable exquisiteness, making him feel that there was nowhere to dodge. Even dealing with it was difficult. Using all his strength, he could only barely dodge it. Just as Chu Mu was about to swing his sword to counterattack, the white-clothed person's sword came again. This time, the sword came at him horizontally, but it was hard to find, and he could not determine where it would land. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he could barely keep up and block. Chu Mu quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. This was the first time he had been so clearly suppressed in a battle of swordsmanship. The white-clothed person's sword style was light and graceful. Every sword seemed weak, but it was actually very powerful and could kill people without them knowing. Under the white-clothed person's sword, Chu Mu was more on the defensive than on the offensive. With a thought, a sword appeared in Chu Mu's left hand, and he used the dual sword technique. His strength multiplied, and he gradually recovered from the disadvantage and fought fiercely with the white-clothed person. Chu Mu used all his skills and used the dual sword technique to the extreme, but he still could not do anything to the white-clothed person. No matter how violent Chu Mu's attacks were, the white-clothed person's sword was always light and graceful. As he waved his sword, he dissolved Chu Mu's attacks one by one. His casual counterattacks always made Chu Mu have to deal with it with all his strength. Chu Mu had not experienced this kind of feeling for a long time, and it was often he who brought it to others. Chu Mu's learning ability was very strong, and there was no doubt about it. In the sword battle with a white-clothed person, Chu Mu slowly absorbed his opponent's strengths and slowly integrated them into his own sword style, making his sword style more exquisite. At the same time, his swordsmanship attainments also improved little by little without him noticing. In here, other than sword style, all other forces could not be used, and the same was true for his opponent. It could be said that this was a pure sword battle, a battle of life and death. The white-clothed person's swordsmanship was light and graceful to the extreme, and it was unimaginably exquisite. Chu Mu fought with all his might with the dual sword technique, but he still could not gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the white-clothed person stabbed his sword, and Chu Mu dodged with all his strength. The sword light suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of his eyes. Chu Mu only felt pain in his throat, and the sword pierced through. His vision quickly darkened. Startled, Chu Mu woke up and broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that he had a dream. In the dream, he was fighting with a white-clothed person whose swordsmanship was indescribably superb. He used the dual sword technique, and after an intense battle, he was killed by his opponent's sword. The feeling of being pierced through by a sword was very clear in his memory. The sword sect spirit seal was still emitting a milky white light, but it was a normal milky white light. After looking at it a few times, Chu Mu put the sword sect spirit seal into his portable space, closed his eyes, and recalled everything that had just happened. It was like a dream, but it was not a dream. It really happened. In other words, Chu Mu had come into contact with the great secret contained in the sword sect spirit seal. As for what the secret was, it was still unclear because he had not passed the test. Only after passing the test would he know the great secret contained in the sword sect spirit seal. However, he did not know how many tests there were. However, it was too early to think about this. He could not even pass the first test. Thinking of this, Chu Mu's emotions were very complicated. He felt disappointed, excited, and excited. He felt disappointed because he had met an opponent who was not only not inferior to him in terms of swordsmanship, but was even much stronger than him. He felt excited because someone was much stronger than him in terms of swordsmanship. This meant that he could continue to improve in terms of swordsmanship. There was nothing that excited him more than this, because this was his pursuit, his lifelong pursuit. Entering the sword sect spirit seal was not a physical entry, but a virtual entry with his divine sense. He could only use swordsmanship, so the test should also be swordsmanship. Chu Mu suddenly wanted to enter and try again. However, he temporarily suppressed this thought because he needed some time to digest what he had gained from the battle with the white-clothed person. After a period of time, Chu Mu successfully absorbed what he had gained, and to a certain extent he had improved his attainments in swordsmanship. Chu Mu once again took out the sword sect spirit seal, and just like before, he entered the sword sect spirit seal and began the test. Chapter 1338. In the sect master's room, Chu Mu sat on a chair. His body was straight, and his back was like a sword. His eyes were tightly shut, and his body was surrounded by ripples of aura that undulated like a tide. His body trembled, and the fluctuating aura dissipated. He opened his eyes, which were a little tired, but also contained a trace of excitement. He had failed again. By now, Chu Mu had already entered the inner world of the sword sect's spirit seal. He had fought many times with the first trial's examinees and lost every time. It could be said that he had lost again, and he would never admit defeat. Except for the first battle, when Chu Mu had used the dual sword technique, he had only used one sword in the subsequent battles. Chu Mu thought that if he could pass the test with a single sword, then using the dual sword technique, his strength would be even stronger. However, if he used the dual sword technique to pass the test and switched to a single sword, his strength would decrease. Simply put, one sword was the benchmark of strength, while the dual sword technique was an extension of strength. Chu Mu could not abandon the benchmark, which was his foundation. In the first stage, the examinee's sword movements were extremely light. Every strike was as light as a feather, as if they didn't use any strength, but in reality, they all contained terrifying power. Fighting with a single sword, Chu Mu often wouldn't be able to last long before being killed. However, the good thing was that every time he fought and every time he was killed, Chu Mu would be able to gain a bit. Absorbing the gains into his own before entering, he would often be able to last longer. The previous time, he could fight with the first trial's examinees for 100 moves before being defeated. Compared to before, he had improved greatly. He felt that his swordsmanship realm seemed to be about to break through again. The unity of man and sword was both a level of power control and a realm of swordsmanship. Many years ago, after Chu Mu had reached the unity of man and sword realm, as he cultivated, fought, and comprehended, he improved little by little, from the beginner's level to the small success level, and then to the Desheng level. It seemed like a small improvement, but only he knew how difficult it was. It was too difficult, too difficult. The unity of man and sword was a realm that had trapped countless experts. Even sword saints of the Aeon realm were still stuck at the unity of man and sword level. Chu Mu was at the fourth sky of Nirvana realm, but his swordsmanship had reached the union of man and sword. Throughout history, there were very few people like Desheng. The higher the level of swordsmanship, the harder it was to improve. Chu Mu had been trapped in the Desheng realm of one with the sword for several years. This kind of realm could only be experienced and comprehended by oneself, and could not be taught by word of mouth. That was why it was so difficult to improve. This time, after deciphering the secret of the sword sex spirit seal and dueling with the white-robed man in a sword technique to the death, he managed to obtain such a fortuitous encounter with his monstrous comprehension ability. The realm of one with the sword was progressing towards perfection. Chu Mu didn't know what the next realm was. The unknown made people yearn for it more, and there were more twists and turns. Perhaps in the Age of Gods, there were many experts who had reached the union of man and sword level. But in the present, there were not many. Ever since there was hope of deciphering the secret of the sword sex spirit seal, Chu Mu basically did not appear. He was immersed in it wholeheartedly. After another battle and another failure, Chu Mu suddenly felt a sense of irritation. Although he was extremely tenacious and would never back down despite repeated defeats, his repeated failures would still make him feel depressed. Even though he would improve after each failure, the path of cultivation was about having a balance between tension and relaxation. Therefore, Chu Mu decided to temporarily go out for a walk to relieve his boredom and take a look at the true sword sect. At the very least, he wouldn't be so negligent in his duties. At present, the true sword sect did not have many disciples. Because of the rebellion, most of them had been lost, causing the overall strength of the true sword sect to drop significantly. As for the 7 Saint Stage Great Elders, under normal circumstances, they would not make a move. After all, they were the true sword sect's last resort. They were the true sword sect's greatest trump card. They would not make a move unless the sect was in a critical situation. A Saint Realm expert was completely above the Nirvana realm. It was a powerful existence that had transcended the level of human life. The destruction caused by their attacks was extremely terrifying. They belonged to the level of deterrence, especially a sword saint who had grasped the power of the sword. Once his sword technique was used, it could break mountains and rivers. Apart from the above reasons, there was another very important reason, which was what the great elders had told Chu Mu before. The reason why the true sword sect had fallen to such a state was because they had a powerful enemy, a powerful opposing force. In fact, the true sword sect's original location was not on the ancient Beast Mountain at all. The original location was many times larger than the ancient Beast Mountain. Under the pressure of a powerful enemy, the true sword sect suffered heavy losses, forcing them to retreat. At that time, the 7 great elders were nowhere near as powerful as they were now. Back then, there were even a few who had not reached Saint Great Elders. The reason why they hid behind the scenes and did not dare to take action carelessly was also out of fear. They were not sure whether the enemy would find out if they took action, and whether the enemy would try to kill them all if they found out. If a Saint Great Elder took action, it would definitely attract the attention of other saints. A battle between saints like this was no small matter. It was fine if they did not take action, but once they did, it would be earth-shattering. It would be widely known. Under various fears, the 7 great elders became the greatest hidden force. The true sword sect had lost many disciples, so their strength had plummeted. They were in urgent need of development. The ancient Beast Mountain was within the Kanglan Empire. It was over 5,000 meters tall, and it was one of the tallest mountains in the empire. From afar, the continuous ancient Beast Mountain looked like an ancient, crouching beast, which seemed to be how it got its name. Inside the ancient Beast Mountain, there were flowers, plants, rocks, and spirit beasts. Among them, there were also some mines, spirit medicines, and so on. The true sword sect had its own spirit medicine field, and the spirit medicine needed by the Treasure Dan Pavilion could often be picked from the spirit medicine field. As for the spirit medicine in the mountains, the disciples of the true sword sect could find it themselves. After finding it, they could use it themselves or give it to the true sword sect in exchange for sect contribution points. As for the metal ores that the sword crafting valley needed, they could not be nurtured by themselves, and were usually nurtured by the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, the ancient Beast Mountain was very big, and after many years there were quite a few mineral veins that had naturally grown and formed. However, some of the mineral veins were hidden very deeply, and even the experts of the 10,000 ancient saints stage might not be able to detect them. There were a total of 3 mineral veins in the true sword sect. 2 of them were small mineral veins that produced tungsten iron ore and purple copper ore, and one was a medium-sized mineral vein that produced red cloud steel Oregon. Among them, the red cloud steel ore was discovered a few years ago and was in the initial mining stage. The person in charge of mining the ore was naturally an honorary disciple. Official disciples could also apply for mining in order to obtain sect contributions, while a small portion of elite disciples and core disciples would take turns to guard the ore vein and deal with various matters, such as the attacks of spirit beasts and so on. Other than the attacks of spirit beasts, there could also be incidents of cultivators stealing ores. However, this was the first time such a brazen invasion had occurred. If you have the guts to come, why hide? The core disciple, Ma Jingtao, pointed his sword at the group of masked men in black and said sternly. Behind Ma Jingtao was a group of elite disciples of the divine condensation realm. There were a total of 36 of them, and all of them pulled out their swords and pointed them forward. There were even more masked men in black, almost 100 of them. Most of them were of the divine condensation realm, and 3 of them were of the nirvana realm. There was a great disparity in numbers, but Ma Jingtao had already ordered the official disciples to quickly return to the sect and ask for reinforcements. So what he needed to do was to stall for time as much as possible until the sect's reinforcements arrived. As for the honorary disciples, they had all been sent away to avoid unnecessary casualties. Unfortunately, the other party did not give them the chance to stall for time. Kill! The leader of the masked men waved his hand and only said a single word. Almost 100 masked men in black immediately split up. Some of them drew their swords and charged over, while others waved their hands and formed seals to cast spells. Form the formation! Ma Jingtao's expression changed as he hurriedly gave the order. Immediately, 36 sword cultivators of the divine condensation realm quickly moved and formed a sword formation. It was the powerful sword formation of the true sword sect, the 36 Heavenly Dipper sword formation. The 36 Heavenly Dipper sword formation combined both attack and defense. It gathered the power of 36 sword cultivators into one and was extremely powerful. Normal Nirvana realm cultivators would not be able to fight against it. Ma Jingtao was of the 4th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. His sword skills were profound, and he was very powerful. He was not afraid of the masked men in black, because the strongest of the masked men in black had the same cultivation as him. The other two were only of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. Ma Jingtao used his own strength to stall the 3 of them, while the 36 sword cultivators formed the Heavenly Dipper sword formation to resist the 100 masked men in black. An intense battle unfolded. Ma Jingtao used all his strength to fight 1 against 3, but he was at a disadvantage. The 36 sword cultivators formed the Heavenly Dipper sword formation to resist the encirclement of the 100 masked men in black. For a moment, they were unable to counterattack and could only defend. Although the 36 Heavenly Dipper sword formation was powerful, the 36 sword cultivators had not grasped its essence and could only use a portion of its power. Quicksand Gang, I knew it was you. You actually dare to covet the minds of our true sword sect. Aren't you afraid of being annihilated? Ma Jingtao resisted with difficulty, but he also recognized the other party's identity, so he threatened them. Hee. Does the current true sword sect have the strength to do so? The masked man in black sneered. His words had undoubtedly acknowledged their identity. Don't put up a pointless resistance. Surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they deal with the people in the other 2 mines, it will be the time of your death. Ma Jingtao's face suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, the other 2 small mines of the true sword sect were attacked by 2 groups of masked men in black. The battle unfolded in 3 places. The battle in the other 2 small mines ended very quickly. The people guarding the small mines were weaker, while the masked men in black were not weak at all. After the battle ended, the 2 groups of masked men in black quickly moved, heading towards the mine. The faces of Ma Jingtao and the others changed drastically. They were surrounded from 3 sides. Their chances of escaping were slim. Chapter 1339. Riding the sword light, he soared in the sky, wandering freely without restraint. His body and mind were broad. The blue sky was like a huge jewel. It was within reach, but it was also boundless. Below, there were lofty mountains and lush trees, full of vitality. Taking a deep breath, he could smell the fragrance of the plants and the freshness of the sky. It was so wide and so beautiful. It made Chu Mu's gloominess vanish. Suddenly he frowned slightly. He felt the chaotic killing intent in Ancient Beast Mountain. Ancient Beast Mountain was the territory of the true sword sect. The chaotic killing intent meant that there were many people involved. Out of curiosity and a sense of responsibility as the sect leader, Chu Mu chose to go. His speed increased. The sword light was like a star in the daytime. It cut through the blue sky and flew towards the chaotic killing intent. Blood flowed from the corner of Ma Jingtao's mouth. His face was pale. His robe was tattered and charred. He was already heavily injured because his opponents had gone from 3 to 7. He was defeated in an instant. The 36 Tian Gang sword formation was broken by an even stronger force and collapsed. The 36 Spirit Condensation Realm elite disciples were all injured. There were also many disciples who were escorted over. 1 core disciple, 36 elite disciples. Including the ones from before, there are a total of 3 core disciples and 60 elite disciples. I wonder what price the true sword sect will have to pay. A Nirvana stage, black-clothed masked man said with a malicious smile. They attacked, but didn't kill them. Their goal was to blackmail the true sword sect. Okay, put away all the Red Cloud steel ores first, the leader said. If it had been in the past, they would have killed everyone and taken away all the ores that had been mined, erasing all traces of them to avoid the revenge of the true sword sect. But now, they had injured and captured these people. preparing to let the True Sword sect pay a price to redeem them. The drawbacks of the True Sword sect's loss of strength due to the rebellion began to show. Ma Jingtao and the others didn't say anything, but their eyes were full of hatred. If looks could kill, these men in black would have been riddled with holes. At this moment, a beam of sword light pierced through the air, stopped in the air, and descended. Someone else is here. Fourth heavenly layer, Nirvana realm. Looks like they're from the True Sword sect. A captive who delivered herself to my doorstep. The Nirvana realm black, clothed people shouted out one after another. Sect Master. When Ma Jingtao and the other two Nirvana realm martial artists saw the person who had arrived, their expressions instantly changed greatly. The 60 elite disciples were the same as well, and they cried out involuntarily in shock. Sect Master, leave now. Ma Jingtao hurriedly shouted. Sect Leader. The Sect Master of the True Sword sect? The rumors are true. The True Sword sect has a sect master, but his cultivation is actually so low. If we capture him, the True Sword sect will have to pay a huge price to redeem him. The black-clothed masked man was startled at first, but soon became overjoyed. Capturing 10 or even 100 core disciples was probably not as useful as capturing a sect master. Moreover, capturing a sect master would definitely be a huge blow to the True Sword sect. This was especially true for the True Sword sect, which had experienced a rebellion and had many things to do. This kind of blow would be a direct mental blow. It was a very good plan, but unfortunately they had chosen the wrong person. Chu Mu didn't say anything, but his eyes were extremely cold. These masked men in black were hiding their heads and tails. They actually dared to attack the disciples of the True Sword sect and even threatened to capture him right in front of him. Such actions directly infuriated Chu Mu. Ma Jingtao and the other disciples all revealed looks of despair. Their sect master's cultivation was only at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. No matter how talented he was and how powerful he was, he couldn't fight against so many enemies. But soon, they would understand how terrifying and infuriated Chu Mu was. In an instant, a golden light spread out from Chu Mu's body. It flew out like an arc, completely covering the hundreds of masked men in black. Metal force field. You still want to resist? As soon as Chu Mu released the metal force field, the masked men in black immediately exclaimed. They quickly reacted and released their own force field, preparing to suppress Chu Mu's force field. With the sky beheading sword in his hand, the golden sword light spread out and slashed out. The 5 elements sharp metal sword, the golden sword light was dozens of meters long. It instantly slashed through the sky and attacked the masked men in black. The terrifying sharpness that could cut through anything made everyone's expression change drastically. The force field released by the masked men in black was instantly slashed apart, and the technique they used couldn't block it. Under the slash, the golden sword light passed through and directly killed a low-level Nirvana realm masked man in black and dozens of God condensation realm masked men in black. Kill them with all your strength. The other Nirvana realm masked men in black's pupils dilated. They were extremely shocked and hurriedly shouted. At this moment, the golden force field suddenly turned blue, and a moist aura spread out. It was the water force field. The imperishable sword appeared in his hand unknowingly. It turned azure and slashed out with one slash. 5 elements, flowing water sword. Metal gave birth to water. The power of the 5 elements flowing water sword suddenly increased by a few notches. The azure sword light was extremely magnificent and magnificent. It was like flowing water. The continuous power attacked, and another force field was slashed apart. It couldn't block it. Another low-level Nirvana realm masked man in black was slashed by the azure sword light. His body was torn apart, and dozens of God condensation realm masked men in black didn't even have a corpse left. 2 slashes, In just 2 slashes, 2 low-level Nirvana realm masked men were killed, and more than 100 God condensation realm masked men were killed. And this was just the beginning. The sword Chi broke through the sky, and the multicolored technique attacked with a loud rumble. It wanted to drown Chu Mu and destroy him. The azure force field instantly disappeared, and traces of silver spread out from Chu Mu's body. A terrifying aura rippled out, as if it was tearing through the void. It caused people to tremble in fear as it spread out. Void-shattering force field, after coming to the deep blue world. This was the first time Chu Mu used the void-shattering force field. However, it didn't mean that he didn't cultivate it. The current void-shattering force field was even more tyrannical than the one during the Supreme Seat Challenge. Under the void-shattering force field, all of the sword chi and dermic arts that came attacking were all torn apart by the terrifying void-shattering force field and disappeared. The spirit condensation realm masked men in black had no power to resist. The remaining 5 Nirvana realm masked men in black had eyes filled with shock. The tyrannical void-shattering force field was many times stronger than the metal force field and water force field. It directly suppressed them, causing the power of law they grasped to be weakened by at least 50%, or even 70 to 80%. The power of a technique was closely related to the power of law. After being weakened so much, the power of the technique would also be greatly reduced. Fear. These masked men in black were incomparably alarmed. They never thought that the person they thought they could easily capture would be such a terrifying existence. Speaking of which, these masked men couldn't be compared to the 4 core disciples of the Skyblaze sect who chased after Chu Mu. An 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm cultivator, like Hezijian, was ranked among the core disciples of the Skyblaze sect. The strength of the other 3 7th heavenly layer Nirvana realm disciples wasn't something that ordinary 7th heavenly layer Nirvana realm cultivators could compare to. Any one of them had the tyrannical strength to annihilate this group of masked men, not to mention Chu Mu, who could fight against them. With a thought, the bodies of all the God condensation realm masked men in black were torn to shreds. It was as if they had been sliced by some terrifying invisible blade. This scene made the 5 Nirvana realm masked men in black tremble. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. This kind of method was unimaginable. Was this really the strength of an early 4th heavenly layer Nirvana realm cultivator? Chu Mu pointed his sword at the Nirvana realm masked men in black. A silver light flickered on the blade and instantly shot out. Void-shattering sword chi. The void-piercing sword chi, which was imbued with the power of the void, was extremely terrifying as it shot out. The void-piercing force field enveloped the 5 Nirvana realm masked men in black. They couldn't dodge or resist. In an instant, the void-piercing force field pierced through their foreheads. The void-piercing force field retracted. The bodies of the 5 Nirvana realm masked men in black fell backwards. Their foreheads were pierced through, but no blood flowed out. Under the void-piercing sword chi, their bodies turned into nothingness. The terrifying strength of a peerless, monstrous genius was invincible among those of the same level. Ma Jingtao and the other true sword sect disciples were all dumbfounded. Their minds froze and they couldn't react at all. They stared blankly at Chu Mu. Who dares to invade our true sword sect's mine? A fierce shout filled with murderous intent rang out. Shortly after, a tyrannical aura gushed out, awakening Ma Jingtao and the others. Take care of it. Return to the sect, Chu Mu said as he turned into a sword light and left with a whoosh. Sect master is so strong, an elite disciple murmured, which immediately caused a strong resonance. That's our sect master. He's only at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm, but he's so terrifyingly strong. Ma Jingtao clenched his fist. At this moment, figures appeared one after another. They were the core disciples of the true sword sect. They rushed over with murderous intent, but when they saw the corpses of the Nirvana realm masked men in black, they were all stunned. "What's going on?" a core disciple who rushed over asked. "Before you, the sect master arrived and took action," Ma Jingtao replied. In the sect master's hall of the true sword sect, Chu Mu sat on the throne and looked down. Below him was Elder Yun Feng of the Wind Trust Hall. "Sect master, we've investigated thoroughly. The intruders came from the Quicksand Gang, the Alchemist clan, and the Yang clan," Elder Yun Feng said. "The Quicksand Gang, the Alchemist clan, and the Yang clan are at the foot of the ancient Beast Mountain." Elder Yun Feng explained the situation of the Quicksand Gang, the Alchemist clan, and the Yang clan to Chu Mu in detail. None of the three forces were able to contend against the true sword sect from before. Even though the true sword sect had been damaged, none of the three forces were a match for them in a one-on-one situation. However, when the three forces worked together, as long as the great elders of the true sword sect did not act, they would not be able to contend against them. Perhaps it was because the true sword sect had gone through a rebellion and suffered heavy losses that the three forces dared to work together and attack the true sword sect. The reason why they were masked and dressed in black was because they didn't want to reveal their identities. The reason why they attacked the mine was because they wanted to take the initiative and test the true sword sect. However, they had to pay a price for doing so. Chapter 1340. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another shot through the air, shooting out from the true sword sect and heading down the mountain. There were 13 people in total. Chu Mu was the leader, and beside him were Elder Yun Feng and Elder Yun He. There were also 10 core disciples of the true sword sect. Every single one of them had reached the middle level of the Nirvana realm. Actually, it should be said that there were 14 of them, because the Supreme Third Elder was secretly following them. His expression was calm, but he felt helpless in his heart. This time, Chu Mu's goal was to settle accounts with the Quicksand Gang and the other two factions. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for him to personally move out as the sect master, nor was there a need for Elder Yun Feng or Elder Yun He. However, the current true sword sect lacked people. A complete sect must have various departments, and one of them must be a department in charge of external warfare, which could deal with the current situation. However, the current true sword sect did not have such a department. In this situation, Chu Mu had no choice but to personally lead the two elders and the most powerful core disciple. As for the Supreme Third Elder, he was secretly following them as a safeguard. Under normal circumstances, the Supreme Third Elder would not appear, nor would he take action. He was only a trump card. The goal of this trip was the Quicksand Gang. Elder Yun Feng of the Wind Trust Hall had already told Chu Mu about the strength of the Quicksand Gang. The Quicksand Gang's leader, Su Sha, was at the 7th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. There was another 7th heavenly layer Nirvana realm and 3 6th heavenly layer Nirvana realm elders in the gang. There were also more than 10 5th and 4th heavenly layer Nirvana realm experts. All in all, the overall strength of the Quicksand Gang was quite strong. The Alchemist sect and the Yang family were on par with the Quicksand Gang in terms of strength. Only when the three of them joined forces did they dare to attack the true sword sect, whose strength had been greatly reduced. Now, it was time for them to pay their debts. 13 figures tore through the sky like meteors. "Who is it? Stop!" As soon as they approached, the Quicksand Gang immediately discovered them. Someone immediately shouted in an attempt to stop them. Chu Mu's eyes flashed. He didn't make any movements, but the two figures that tried to jump up from the ground to intercept him were cut in half at the waist. Two mere deity condensation realms were like ants in front of him. The deaths of the two spirit condensation realm martial artists also alerted the other members of the Quicksand Gang. Immediately, a Nirvana realm martial artist shot into the sky. "Who are you? You actually dared to kill a member of my Quicksand Gang? Aren't you being too arrogant?" True Sword Sect. Chu Mu didn't say anything, but one of the core disciples, Su Ming, said coldly. The other party's expression abruptly changed, and his pupils trembled, but returned to normal in an instant. Why would the True Sword Sect come to our small quicksand gang? Tell Su Sha to come out, Chu Mu said calmly. Our sect leader is not here. The Nirvana Realm cultivator said. If you don't come out, the quicksand gang will be destroyed. Chu Mu's tone was calm, as if he was stating a fact, but it caused the 5 core disciples to become excited. Such a powerful sect master was what they yearned for in their hearts. The previous vice sect leader had a gentle personality and was not domineering enough. He was also not decisive enough. As Chu Mu's voice fell, a terrifying aura exploded from everyone's body. It was peerlessly sharp, causing the faces of the quicksand gang members to change drastically. Su Sha, get out here. Elder Yin He's roar resounded through the sky like rolling thunder. One after another, silhouettes shot into the sky and appeared in front of everyone. The leader was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. The aura on his body was at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. Beside him was an expressionless old man who was also emitting an aura at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. These 2 people, one was the Quicksand Gang's sect leader, Su Sha, and the other was the Quicksand Gang's great elder. Behind them were 3 elders at the 6th sky of Nirvana realm, as well as more than a dozen low-level and mid-level Nirvana realm martial artists. So it's the True Sword Sect's elders Yun Feng and Yun He, as well as the True Sword Sect's disciples. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The dark-skinned middle-aged man, Su Sha, acted as if nothing had happened. At first he was surprised, then he was overjoyed. He smiled and cupped his hands. Come, everyone, please come in. You have 2 choices, Chu Mu said calmly. First, annihilate the gang. Second, pay the price. Who are you? You want us to annihilate the gang as soon as you open your mouth. Aren't you too arrogant? Su Sha was furious. An elder of the Quicksand Gang mocked. This is our sect leader. Elder Yin, he smiled coldly. Sect leader. The new sect leader of the True Sword Sect. Su Sha and the others' eyelids twitched. So you're the new sect leader of the True Sword Sect. You're indeed a talent. Su Sha laughed out loud. The 4 of them looked very comical. It's our honor to welcome the new sect leader. Please, the Quicksand Gang will do our best to welcome the sect leader and the elder's disciples. Su Sha, don't change the topic. The sect leader will give you 2 choices. Choose one. Yun Feng said with a smile. What's going on here? Does the sect leader have some misunderstanding about our Quicksand Gang? Su Sha argued. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Yun Feng smiled. After the Quicksand Gang, the Alchemist sect will be next, and then the Yang family. Yun Feng's words made the pupils of Su Sha and the others shrink. It seemed that they had been exposed. I heard that the True Sword Sect went through a turmoil not long ago and lost a lot of people. Since they already knew, Su Sha didn't try to hide it. Instead, she threatened. Although our Quicksand Gang is just a small gang, it's not that easy to deal with. Actually, if the Quicksand Gang knew that the True Sword Sect had 7 great elders on the level of Sword Saint, they would never have provoked them. However, the 7 great elders had not appeared in public for many years already. Let alone people outside the sect, like the Quicksand Gang. Even the official and elite disciples of the True Sword Sect did not know about the existence of the 7 great elders. Only core disciples had the right to know about them. So, you're choosing the first option. Chu Mu's tone was indifferent. A silver light flashed in his eyes, making Su Sha feel a chill for some reason. It was simply like a joke. He was a dignified cultivator at the 7th level of the Rebirth realm. Yet he actually felt threatened by a mere cultivator at the initial stage of the 4th level of the Rebirth realm. After all, it was a gap of 3 levels. Su Sha didn't know that although Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the 4th layer, the power of his sword origin wasn't inferior to most 5th layer Nirvana realm cultivators. Moreover, he had a terrifying physique. He could slaughter ordinary middle-level Nirvana realm cultivators like killing pigs and dogs. Although 7th layer Nirvana realm cultivators were powerful, as long as they weren't peerless geniuses, Chu Mu could definitely fight or even kill them. As Chu Mu's voice rang out, the eyes of the 10 core disciples blossomed with an icy luster. Each of their auras surged, as if divine swords had been unsheathed, revealing their sharpness. In terms of strength, you're on par with our quicksand gang. Once we fight, our quicksand gang will suffer great losses. You won't be able to gain any benefits. Su Sha said furiously with a ferocious expression. Those who could become a gang leader weren't ordinary people. They had their own ability and courage. What he said could be considered to be the truth. Looking at the number of people, it was about the same. Then looking at the cultivation, it was about the same. Destroy the gang. Chu Mu directly gave the order. Yes, whether it was Elder Yun Feng, Elder Yun He, or the 10 core disciples, they all revealed an excited expression. Their sword origin erupted, and a powerful aura spread out. They unsheathed their swords, and with a dazzling sword light, they slashed toward Su Sha and the others. The true sword sex attack was too fast, exceeding the expectations of Su Sha and the others. They had thought that the true sword sect would continue to wrangle with them, and in the end, threaten them before leaving when their strength was about the same. However, the reality was beyond their expectations. Kill! Su Sha and the others quickly reacted and quickly counterattacked. Traces of silver spread out from Chu Mu's body. Without hesitation, he directly used the void-shattering force field, covering an area of more than 1,000 meters, covering all the experts of the quicksand gang. Then, Chu Mu raised his sword. On the sky-beheading sword, traces of silver light flickered. As the sky-beheading sword trembled, tiny cracks appeared on the edge of the sword. A terrifying spatial energy fluctuation spread out, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Advanced secret art, Void Nirvana sword. This was the first time Chu Mu used the Void Nirvana sword against an enemy. It was also the first time he displayed its powerful strength. A sword slashed out. Suddenly, a silver sword light, like a line between the sky and the water, silently cut open the void. Su Sha and the others' faces changed drastically. The aura of Nirvana emitted from the silver sword light made them tremble. Dodge! Su Sha roared and dodged with all his strength. The great elder of the quicksand gang also dodged with fear, but the other Nirvana realm experts were a bit slower. A line was the distance between life and death. Silently, the silver sword light cut open the void, leaving a black mark. It also cut through the body of a 6th sky Nirvana realm elder, 2 5th sky Nirvana realm cultivators, and 2 4th sky Nirvana realm cultivators. With one sword, 5 people were killed instantly. Stop! Su Sha roared. His voice was very sharp and filled with fear. Wrong, completely wrong. They never thought that the new sect master of the real sword sect, who was only at the early stage of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm, would be so terrifying. One sword strike, just one sword strike, made them feel the threat of death and instantly killed 5 experts of the quicksand gang. In the situation where 5 experts were killed, the difference between the experts of the quicksand gang and the real sword sect immediately became huge. If a war broke out, the real sword sect would be able to destroy the quicksand gang as long as they didn't pay a big price. If that terrifying monstrous sect master slashed out with that sword again, perhaps the real sword sect would not have to pay any price to destroy the quicksand gang. Chapter 1341. Within the void-shattering force field, silver light flickered on the sky-beheading sword. The space around the edge of the sword was filled with dense cracks that made people's hearts palpitate. Sure enough, he could use a second sword. Su Sha and the others all wore terrified expressions. Terrifying, too terrifying. On the other hand, Elder Yunfeng, he and the 10 core disciples of the True Sword sect were shocked and overjoyed. This was their sect master. He was so powerful that he could fight against a 7th sky Nirvana stage monster with a 4th sky Nirvana stage. Under the void-shattering force field, everyone was suppressed. Currently, Chu Mu couldn't differentiate between them. Chu Mu didn't use the second sword, but the void-shattering force and Nirvana stage power gathered on the sword, intimidating the experts of the Quicksand Gang. We choose the second option, Su Sha said. Her tone was bitter and even a little regretful. If she had known, she would have made the choice and saved 5 experts from dying. The death of 1/6 sky of Nirvana layer, 2/5 sky of Nirvana layer, and 2/4 sky of Nirvana layer, in addition to the previous few, was definitely a huge blow to the Quicksand Gang. In an instant, the overall strength of the Quicksand Gang had decreased by a lot. If they let the opponent use another sword, even if she and the Great Elder could dodge it, a few more people would die. The loss would be even greater. At that time, the gang would basically be annihilated. All the Nirvana stage experts would die, leaving behind a group of divine condensation stage experts. They wouldn't be a threat to Nirvana stage experts at all. After the gang was annihilated, everything of the Quicksand Gang would become the True Sword sects. If you knew this would happen, why bother? Chu Mu said indifferently. Since you chose the second option, then pay the price. Elder Yunfeng smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, a piece of white paper flew out. On the white paper, the price that the Quicksand Gang had to pay was written. Su Sha's face turned green when she took a look. This is 2. Su Sha's tone was bitter, and her heart was filled with anger. Chu Mu didn't say anything. He just gently raised the sword in his hand, and a terrifying Nirvana stage energy rippled out. Su Sha took a deep breath and swallowed the rest of her words. A powerful force was a deterrent. She had to obey or else she would die. It will be ready in an hour, Chu Mu said indifferently. It wasn't easy for him to maintain the power on the sword. It was a huge burden. Half an hour was very rushed. Su Sha immediately gave the order to mobilize the Quicksand Gang's collection. There were a lot of things listed on the list, and some of them were very valuable. This time, the Quicksand Gang had suffered a huge loss, and their collection of things had shrunk by at least 70%. This was the price, the huge price to pay for provoking the tiger's whiskers. In less than an hour, the Quicksand Gang had delivered all the items on the list. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Leaving behind these words, Chu Mu took the 2 elders and 10 core disciples of the True Sword sect and quickly left the Quicksand Gang, heading in the direction of the Alchemist sect. Gang Master. Second elder flew over. This time we admit defeat. Su Sha's face was gloomy. She didn't expect the True Sword sect to retaliate like this with just a probing operation. This was different from what they knew. The new leader of the True Sword sect doesn't have a high cultivation base, but he is very strong. He is a monster. Moreover, he is a ruthless and decisive person. If you can't kill this kind of person instantly, it's best not to make him your enemy. The expressionless head elder who hadn't said anything until now suddenly said, "This time we have suffered a huge loss. From now on, we have to keep a low profile and focus on recovering." Su Sha nodded and gave the order. As for revenge, she didn't want to think about it for now, because it was impossible unless something unexpected happened. 13 people, including the 3rd Great Elder who was hiding in the dark, flew towards the Alchemist sect. The 10 core disciples looked at Chu Mu's back with excitement in their eyes. Only such a leader could make them believe wholeheartedly. Only such a leader could make them fight for him with their blood. The 3rd Great Elder who was hiding in the dark also nodded. The True Sword sect indeed needed a strong leader to lead them. Avoiding them would only weaken the disciples' passion and fighting spirit, which was not good for the Alchemist sect. The Alchemist sect didn't know what happened to the Quicksand Gang. Therefore, when Chu Mu brought the true sword sect to the sky above the alchemist sect finally reacted. The leader of the alchemist sect was called Wang Lai. His cultivation base was higher than Su Sha's. He was at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm and could break through to the 8th sky of Nirvana realm at any time. However, the gap between the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm and the 8th sky of Nirvana realm was huge. Even some super geniuses might not be able to break through. Other than having great talent, they also needed great luck. The Quicksand Gang was an organization, so they could have any kind of people. However, the alchemist sect was a sect that focused on fire arts. So it's the elder and disciple of the true sword sect. Why didn't you inform me first, so that I could arrange for my disciples to welcome you? In the sky above the alchemist sect, Wang Lai laughed, as if he didn't understand why the true sword sect would come here. Leader Wang, we just came from the Quicksand Gang. The Quicksand Gang has already paid enough. Yun Feng smiled gently, giving people a feeling of warmth. Wang Lai's expression changed abruptly, but returned to normal in an instant. I see. Actually, the Quicksand Gang is the mastermind behind this. We, the alchemist sect, can only be considered as an accomplice. Wang Lai said, Of course. I am not trying to shirk the responsibility. We are willing to pay the price to appease the true sword sect. So smart. Then take it. Elder Yunfeng smiled and threw out a piece of paper filled with words. Prepare it in an hour. Wang Lai took a look at it. His breathing became rapid, and his pupils contracted, but quickly returned to normal. I will go and make preparations now, Wang Lai said in a calm tone. Soon after, he quickly descended. Get ready for battle. Chu Mu's voice sounded. It was very calm. Yun Feng and Yun he were startled, but soon smiled. Wang Lai's reaction was too calm, which was abnormal. They were afraid that he was not going to prepare the treasures, but to gather the people to kill them. Yun Feng he was worried that Chu Mu was too young, so he wanted to remind him. However, he didn't expect that Chu Mu didn't need to be reminded. A strong and wise sect leader. This was an outstanding sect leader. The 10 core disciples were fully alert. Their chi surged, and they were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, beams of fiery light turned into terrifyingly huge fiery dragons. They roared and rushed out from the alchemist sect, shooting towards the people in the sky. The scorching chi fluctuated wildly, as if the air had been ignited. It was incomparably dry. The clouds in the sky also turned red, as if they were about to burn. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky, as if the sky was about to shatter. The people of the alchemist sect had made their move. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you want to barge in. All of you die. Wang Lai's savage and ferocious voice rang out, entering everyone's ears. Kill! A low shout was heard, filled with killing intent. Rumbling sounds exploded. The terrifying void around Chu Mu was vibrating. With a wave of the sky/sword, it was as if everything in front of him was sliced apart. His body dove down. A fiery dragon rushed over, roaring, wanting to collide with Chu Mu and destroy him. A beam of silver light flashed in Chu Mu's eyes, incomparably cold. The sky/sword slashed forward, and a blue sword light was like a tidal wave. A sword slash broke apart the fiery dragon. Chu Mu dove down like a meteor. The 2 elders, Yun Feng and Yun He, followed closely behind Chu Mu, protecting Chu Mu at all times. As he approached, the void-shattering force field was released, covering an area of more than 1,000 meters, covering Wang Lai and the others. Traces of silver light gathered on the sky/sword, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing Wang Lai and the others' faces to change abruptly. High-level martial art. Void destruction sword. The power of this martial art was extremely powerful. Forces like the Quicksand Gang and the Alchemist sect didn't even have any martial art, let alone how to block it. The sky sword slashed down with a silver light. In an instant, 100-meter-long silver sword light, like a thread connecting the sky and the water, silently sliced apart the space. It was extremely fast, rushing towards Wang Lai and the others. Wang Lai's cultivation was profound, and the two elders of the alchemist sect who had reached the seventh sky of the Nirvana realm were not weak either. They sensed the great danger and quickly dodged, but the other Nirvana realm experts were too late. This sword attack worked, and it was even more powerful than when it was in the quicksand gang because it carried Chu Mu's anger. Wang Lai and the head elder dodged, but they were fine. However, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. However, the second elder had lost an arm, and the third elder and the fourth elder had lost their bodies. They were dead. Along with them, there were a few mid-level and low-level Nirvana realm experts. This sword attack was performed with Chu Mu's full power, and it contained the seventh realm sword power. Under the enhancement of the void-shattering force field and the suppression of the opponents, its power was extremely terrifying. The cultivators of the alchemist sect were just ordinary cultivators. They weren't geniuses, and they didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. Naturally, they couldn't resist this attack. While Wang Lai and the others were still in shock, Yun Feng and Yun, he also performed the powerful earth realm sword art and attacked. 10 core disciples rushed into the alchemist sect. When they joined forces, their power was shocking. With Chu Mu as the leader, with only one sword attack, the alchemist sect's people had lost their will to fight. They could only use 70% of their power. Chu Mu raised the sky beheading sword again. Silver light gathered, and he performed the void nirvana sword for the second time. He showed no mercy. Stop! Stop! Wang Lai roared. He was scared and he regretted it. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack the real sword sect's people. However, this time, Chu Mu didn't show mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Without Chu Mu's order, Yun Feng and Yun He, the two elders, and the 10 core disciples wouldn't show mercy either. They used all of their power to kill. The total number of Nirvana realm experts of the alchemist sect was only around 20. In just a short while, 1/3 of them were killed by Chu Mu. With the second void Nirvana sword, he killed another 5 or 6. The difference between the two sides was too great. The alchemist sect was destroyed. Chapter 1342. Watching the real sword sect and the others leave, the Yang clan leader's eyes were filled with gloom. Clan leader. An elder walked over. No need to say more. The enemy is strong and we are weak. We will submit for now. When our great ancestor comes out, we will settle this with the real sword sect, the Yang clan leader said in a deep voice. The Quicksand Gang had paid a great price for losing some Nirvana realm warriors. The alchemist sect had been destroyed. The Yang clan was more sensible. Although they had paid a great price, none of them had died. The result of this operation was satisfactory. When they left, there were 13 people in the light and 1 in the dark. When they returned, there were still 13 people in the light and 1 in the dark. There was no loss at all. The two elders, Yun Feng and Yun He, stood beside Chu Mu. They looked calm. The 10 core disciples, on the other hand, were all excited, starting with the Quicksand Gang and ending with the Yang clan. The Quicksand Gang showed off their power, the alchemist sect fought fiercely, and the Yang clan surrendered. All of this made them feel like they were dreaming. Although the real sword sect was stronger in the past, they had never been so powerful. These 10 core disciples had witnessed Chu Mu's power with their own eyes. They admired this clan leader from the bottom of their hearts. They even felt a trace of worship towards him. One had to admit that this operation was very rewarding. Although the Quicksand Gang was not as powerful as the real sword sect, it was still a force that had been around for more than 100 years. They had a lot of treasures. After losing 70%, the Quicksand Gang's wealth and resources had decreased greatly. The alchemist sect was even more powerful than the Quicksand Gang. After it was destroyed, everything from the alchemist sect would be returned to the real sword sect. The Yang clan was similar to the Quicksand Gang. 70% of their wealth and resources were not inferior to the Quicksand Gang. The harvest this time is enough to open the spiritual pool of our sect again, Elder Yunfeng said. Yes, the clan leader's cultivation is a bit low. He should open the spiritual pool and cultivate inside. He should try his best to increase his cultivation, Elder Yun, he said. They had seen Chu Mu's strength with their own eyes. He was very powerful. Even compared to them, he was not inferior at all. He might even be stronger. However, the clan leader's cultivation was only at the early stage of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm. If the clan leader was at the fifth, sixth, or even seventh sky of Nirvana realm, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the Nirvana realm? The True Sword sect needed a strong and wise sect master, as well as a powerful sect master. The spirit pool was a cultivation, holy land of the True Sword sect. Every time it was opened, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Because the True Sword sect had declined, it had not been opened for decades. It wasn't that it couldn't be opened, but once it was opened, a huge amount of energy would be consumed, and it was enough to make the sword sect's collection shrink by more than half. However, it was different now. With the compensation from the Quicksand Gang, the Alchemist sect, and the Yang family, it was enough to open the spirit pool once and still have some left over. When the disciples of the True Sword sect found out about this, they were all overjoyed. All that was left was for the entire sect to celebrate. Which disciple didn't yearn for the sect to become strong and powerful? After returning to the sect, Chu Mu agreed to open the spiritual pool under the suggestion of Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yunhe. The spirit pool was an important treasure left behind by the True Sword sect. Normally, it was hidden, and only the sect master had the right to open it. When there was no sect master, the vice sect masters and the various elders could decide whether to open it or not. The palm-sized spirit pool emitted weak ripples. Executing the corresponding seal art, the golden sword key rippled and shot toward the spirit pool. In an instant, the spirit pool soared into the air and expanded rapidly. At the same time, the ripples of its aura also became stronger. Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yun, he hurriedly took out a large amount of compensation from the Quicksand Gang, the Alchemist sect, and the Yang family, and threw them into the spirit pool. They sank into the spirit pool and quickly melted. The crystal clear spirit pool water gradually turned white and spread out. Dense spirit chi ripples spread out. When the spirit pool water completely turned milky white, Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yin, he stopped throwing in the spirit pool water. "Sect Master, you can enter now," said Elder Yunfeng. "Thank you for your trouble, elders," said Chu Mu. In a flash, he entered the spirit pool. The spirit pool was placed in the back hall of the sect. Various seals were activated to prevent people from entering. Elder Yunfeng left to deal with the matter, while Elder Yin, he stayed behind. Inside the spirit pool, Chu Mu was immersed in the milky white spirit pool water. The spirit pool water reached his neck. Wisps of white-colored aura rose and spiraled upwards, circling around the spiritual pool, causing it to have a trace of a fairyland. Without needing to actively absorb it, the spirit pool's spirit chi automatically entered Chu Mu's body. This kind of energy was slightly different from heaven and earth yuan chi, but there was no difference in essence. It was just that heaven and earth yuan chi was mainly used to cultivate sword origin or similar energy, while spirit chi was more widely used. Not only could it be used to cultivate sword origin, but it could also be used to cultivate one's physique. Chu Mu circulated the divine wilderness sword art and astral calamity cultivation technique at the same time. He cultivated both chi and earth to speed up the absorption of the spirit pool's spirit chi. Gurgling sounds could be heard from the spiritual pool as bubbles appeared and burst one after another, releasing shocking spiritual energy fluctuations. Relying on himself to cultivate both chi and body at the same time, Chu Mu's talent on the path of cultivation was rather average, so his normal cultivation speed was even slower. It would take at least a few years to break through from the fourth sky of Nirvana realm to the fifth sky of Nirvana realm. But now that he had the spirit pool, it was different. In a short period of time, his cultivation would definitely rise by another sky. Pure spirit chi constantly surged into his body. A portion of it was absorbed by the divine wilderness sword origin, strengthening the divine wilderness sword origin. A portion of it was absorbed by his physique and muscles, tempering every part of his body. Elder Yin, he stood by the side with a solemn expression, guarding him. Actually, there was no need for him to stay, because there was a Grand Elder watching from the shadows. It was the Grand Supreme, Third Elder. One had to know that after seeing Chu Mu's tyrannical strength, domineering attitude, and unyielding methods, the Grand Supreme Third Elder was extremely satisfied with the new sect master of the true sword sect. Such an outstanding sect master, no matter what, he would not let him be in danger. If necessary, he was even willing to give up his life to ensure the sect master's safety. Chu Mu's body was like a huge sponge, constantly absorbing spirit chi, transforming it into physique and divine wilderness sword origin. His early stage cultivation was also rapidly rising. An increasingly powerful aura was emitted from Chu Mu's body. As his cultivation increased, the speed of absorbing and refining spirit chi also steadily increased, increasing the efficiency. Sect Master's sword origin is terrifyingly pure. The Grand Supreme Third Elder, who was secretly watching, was surprised. He could feel that the sword origin aura that Chu Mu was emitting was not something that an ordinary fourth sky of Nirvana realm sword cultivator would have. The early fourth sky of Nirvana realm rose to the middle fourth sky of Nirvana realm, and then to the late fourth sky of Nirvana realm. The spirit pool's spirit chi was constantly being absorbed, and a huge amount of spirit chi filled his body. The fluctuations became stronger and stronger. The feeling of such a huge amount of pure spirit chi filling his body was simply too great. If a person's physique was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand it. But Chu Mu's physique was extremely strong, so bearing it became an enjoyment. Feeling his cultivation rapidly rising, he wanted to immerse himself in it forever. While Chu Mu was working hard to raise his cultivation, the disciples of the True Sword sect were excitedly discussing this matter. The words of the 10 core disciples had spread throughout the True Sword sect. All of a sudden, the sect leader had become the idol of all the disciples. As for the disciples of the True Sword sect, they were even more motivated. They cultivated even more diligently. The entire True Sword sect was filled with a good atmosphere. People who were cultivating diligently could be seen everywhere. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After a day and a night, Chu Mu stopped cultivating, because he had reached the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm. The spirit pool in his body was saturated. He could no longer absorb any more, and there was still a small amount of spirit chi left in the spirit pool. It's time for the fifth Nirvana, Chu Mu thought to himself as he took out a large amount of Nirvana chi. The True Sword sect had collected a lot of Nirvana chi. This time they had also obtained a lot of Nirvana chi from the Quicksand Gang and the Alchemist sect's Yang family. It was enough for Chu Mu to undergo 5, 6, 7, and so on. Seeing this, the third Supreme Elder hurriedly gathered the other 2 Supreme Elders. He's about to break through, the fifth Supreme Elder said. Fifth sky of Nirvana realm. With the sect master's talent, I wonder how big the commotion will be? The seventh Supreme Elder asked curiously. I'm guessing that with our sect master's talent, his spirit cloud should be able to reach 9 miles, the third Supreme Elder said. While the 3 Supreme Elders were discussing, Chu Mu's nirvana had also begun. His flesh and blood were crushed under the impact of the nirvana chi. Then, all the nirvana chi surged like rivers into the sea, attacking Chu Mu's dantian. His dantian was torn apart, just like his flesh and blood before. The sect master's physique is too strong. The amount of nirvana chi required for one nirvana realm is several times more than ordinary people, the seventh supreme elder said in surprise. This means that the sect master's talent is far superior to ordinary cultivators, the fifth supreme elder said. That's for sure, the third supreme elder said with certainty. It's a blessing for the true sword sect to have such a sect master. While everyone was discussing, Chumu's flesh and dantian were completely crushed under the nirvana chi. It was constantly attacked and refined. The refinement of the dantian was the most obvious because from the first sky to the third sky, the refinement of the physique and flesh was completed. From the fourth sky to the sixth sky, the refinement of the dantian was the main focus. When the refinement began, the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. Whistling sounds rang out. The disciples of the true sword sect noticed the commotion and raised their heads to look at the sky. In the clear blue sky, streaks of white qi had appeared from all directions at some point in time. Each of these streaks of white qi emitted shocking yuan qi ripples. What's going on? It's coming from the direction of the sect master's hall. Could it be that the sect master's cultivation has broken through and is about to undergo nirvana realm? The core disciples were the ones who saw it the most and guessed. If the sect master's breakthrough is at the fifth sky of nirvana realm, wouldn't his strength be? The 10 core disciples who followed Chumu were even more excited.